A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away.
With the Jedi all but wiped out in the grim aftermath of Order 66, the Empire's power seems unchecked. But one lone knight continues to fight the good fight, against all odds, and when all else fails. Deep in the bowels of Coruscant, Jedi Jax Pavan ekes out a living as a private investigator, a go-to, can-do guy for the downtrodden. Now a mysterious Zeltron knockout named Deejah approaches Jax with a case that needs to be cracked, to find out who killed her artist lover, Volette, brutally murdered hours after his triumphant unveiling of a dazzling new light sculpture with obvious links to lightsaber pyrotechnics. Finding Volette's killer won't be easy. Too many secrets, too many suspects, and all kinds of motives. But with the droid I-5YQ's help, and ex-reporter Dendur's excellent snooping skills, the investigation is soon operating like a well-oiled machine. Unfortunately, there's a far more efficient machine hunting Jax. It's a deadly game of cat and mouse as the clock starts ticking toward the final explosive showdown to see who strikes first and who will die first. Prologue. Planet Naboo, 19 BBY. Padme had never known how much he loved her. She had died, as far as he knew, in a lonely, far-off place on a planet that, if not the hell envisioned by the superstitious beliefs of sundry worlds, certainly came close. That was as far as he traced her final journey, to Mustafar, a globe still in the throes of creation, where rivers of fire and molten rock stitched across a landscape of basalt and obsidian, and where specially designed heat-resistant droids mined the lava flows for rare and precious minerals. A terrible place. A world of eternal darkness, of soot-filled skies and mephitic gases. No one deserved to die in such a place, especially not Padme. If she had to die, she should have spent her last hours in a world of sunlight and song, like their mutual homeworld of Naboo, a world of green and blue, not black and red. But she had gone to Mustafar, gone after the Jedi, Anakin Skywalker, on a mission so secret, she'd said, that not even her bodyguard could accompany her. And he, believing that she would be protected under the aegis of the Jedi, had let her go, and had never seen her again, alive. Captain Typho, once head of security for the consular branch of the Naboo Senate, castigated himself for his decision as he stood with the rest of the mourners, watching the flower-covered casket moving slowly down the esplanade. It had been his job as a soldier to protect Senator Amidala, to shield her from attacks by clandestine separatist agents. He had known there would be more attempts on her life. He had known it because there had been previous ones. The bombing of her starship on the very day of her arrival on Coruscant, the deadly Kuhuns released into her sleeping chamber by a changeling assassin, her near execution in the arena at Geonosis. Even had he not loved her, he would have sacrificed his life to protect her without a second thought. That would have been his duty. His love for her only compounded his culpability. She had gone on her mysterious mission with Skywalker, and he had not gone with her. And now he had to live with the guilt of his survival, a curse infinitely harder than the relatively easy task of dying for her. It was true that, had she lived, there still would have been no chance of his love for her being requited. Padme had, after all, been a senator, and before that the planetary queen. He was but a soldier. The difference in caste had been far too great. But it hadn't stopped him from loving her. No power in the galaxy, not even the Force itself, could have done that. After the funeral, Typho milled aimlessly about in the crowd, still stunned, still trying to wrap his mind around the fact of her death, still reviewing over and over what he might have done differently, if he could possibly have persuaded her to reconsider that last journey. Pointless, fruitless. These self-flagellations served no purpose. Execrating his actions would not bring her back, nor would it honor her memory. Had she known how he had felt, had she known of his love for her, he knew Padme would have wanted him to move on, to release her, to live instead of wallowing in despondency. And he was willing to do that. But first, he told himself, there is one last task that must be performed. Padme Amidala must be avenged. He had heard conflicting rumors, snatches of conversation during the chaos immediately after her death. Most of the government factotums and officials were caught up in dealing with larger issues, although to Typho there could be no greater concern than his personal feelings regarding Padme's death. He knew that the diplomatic reverberations, especially in light of Naboo's already tenuous status of autonomy in the eyes of Palpatine's new regime, were gigantic. For the circumstances of the senator's demise were, to put it bluntly, suspicious. There was evidence, compelling evidence, that she had died a violent death. Of course, this was not meant to be known by the population at large, but rank did have certain privileges, and Captain Typho had learned some things about Padme's last hours. There were conflicting reports, of course, but all the autopsy reports were in agreement on two things: that she had been strangled, and that the child had died with her. But exactly how the former had been accomplished, no one was quite sure. The evidence of strangulation had been there, and obvious. The fractured hyoid bone, damage to the larynx, and compression of the trachea were all clear indications of fatal throttling. But there were no signs of bruises on her neck, no scratches or signs of congestion, no indication of exterior trauma at all. Her throat had been pristine. It was as if she had somehow been choked to death, without physical contact. And there was only one power in the galaxy that Typho knew of that could accomplish such a thing: the Force. Padme had gone to Mustafar to meet with the Jedi Knight Skywalker, and all evidence indicated that she had been killed through the Force. It could not possibly be a coincidence. Even if Skywalker was not the murderer, he had to have been connected somehow. In any event, he was the best and only lead to follow. Typho knew what he had to do. He would go to Coruscant, he would find Anakin Skywalker, and, depending on what he learned, the Jedi would live or die. And then perhaps Padme would rest easier. Part 1. Planet Noir. 1. I think it's safe to assume, the droid said, that we've been set up. A fusillade of laser and particle beams erupted from across the room, aimed at the five of them, as if to punctuate the statement. Den looked at Jax. Aren't you glad your father gave him that neural upgrade? Another series of beams struck the huge hypercondenser unit behind which they were hiding. They were protected for the moment, Jax knew, but eventually, if the stormtroopers' lasers and charged particle bursts kept hitting the unit, the duralumin housing would overheat, quite possibly upsetting the stability of the ultra-cold Tibonic condensate within. Should that happen, I-5 estimated the explosive factor as at least a 7.5, which would certainly vaporize the building they were in, as well as a sizable chunk of the surrounding urban landscape. That's only a rough estimate, the droid explained. There are too many variables to factor for me to refine. My 7.5 is more than enough for me, Jax assured him. Den. I'm good, Den agreed. The little Celestin was crouched beside I-5. You definitely know how to motivate people, he added to the droid. Less talk, More shooting? Loranth said. The Twi'lek paladin had a blaster in either hand and was crouched near the far end of the unit. I say we go. Now. Jax couldn't argue with her logic. The longer they remained pinned down, the less chance of survival they and their client had. Not to mention, however many hundreds of thousands of beings would die if I-5's 7.5 scenario really was in the immediate future. Not that Jax had any doubt of it. The droid had an annoying habit of being right just about all the time. Okay, he said. Loranth, take the right, I-5 the left. On my signal. Hey, what about me? Den asked. Stay here with the Undersecretary. Jax spared a glance at the corpulent, trembling form crouched beside Den. Before the Empire had superseded the Republic, Varesk Buralia had been a mid-level government official assigned to the Bothan embassy on Coruscant. Immediately after the Republic's fall, he had become a fugitive, along with thousands of other representatives of various species on the city planet. True, no particular effort was being made to hunt them down, and in a global metropolis that was home to literally trillions of sentient beings, one stood a very good chance of living a lifetime, thousands of lifetimes, in fact, without ever coming into contact with an enemy. But one overall characteristic of the Bothan species was paranoia, and Buralia had no shortage of that. So he had contacted the Coruscant resistance movement known as the Whiplash, and arranged for safe passage off-world through the underground maglev, a dangerous and circuitous secret route that delivered enemies of the state to spaceports and sympathetic starships via safe houses, private conapts, and other clandestine means. Jax Pavan, one of the last surviving Jedi and a partisan of the Whiplash resistance, had been assigned to help ferry the Bothan dignitary to freedom. All had gone well until they'd reached the final checkpoint in the dimly lit interior of a carbonite processing plant. Here they'd been greeted not by the resistance members they'd expected, but instead by a brace of Imperial stormtroopers. They were smart, he had to give them that. Knowing that a droid was part of the party, they'd staged the attack in the depths of the carbonite cracking plant, taking advantage of the low-level background radiation that would confuse I-5's bio and energy sensors for the moment needed. They hadn't known that there would also be 2 Jedi to contend with, however. The Force had warned Jax and Loranth of the trap, which is why 4 troopers now lay dead on the floor. If the Bothan hadn't, in his panic, gotten in the way, Jax was certain that the rest of the troopers would also be dead by now, and Varesk Buralia would be about to board the spice freighter Big Score and become a fading, unpleasant memory, instead of hiding behind the hypercondenser unit, caterwauling about his imminent demise. Now he looked up at Jax, the fleshy tendrils that protruded from his upper cheeks, quivering in fear. "You were hired to protect me," he squealed, his voice scraping unpleasantly along the Jedi's nerves. "Your job was to help me escape from this overbuilt rock. Is this what you call escape?" "Well," Den observed, "that depends on how metaphysical a definition of escape you want to go with." Another volley of beams struck their shelter, scorching the air and leaving the unpleasant tang of ozone in Jax's nostrils. There was no more time, he knew. They had to make their move. He opened himself to the Force, letting it expand his awareness, feeling its strands groping outward, beyond the bulk of the condenser unit, giving him an accurate picture of the chamber they were in, and highlighting the locations of the 8 concealed stormtroopers who had them pinned down. "On my mark," he said again. "Go." Loranth hurled herself from behind the right side of the condenser's bulk, blasters in both hands firing, her eyes as cold and hard as chips of comet ice. I-5 burst from concealment on the left side, the lasers in his index fingers zapping beams of coherent light at their adversaries. Jax let the Force lift him, let it carry him up and over the huge shielding slab, his vibrosword parrying the blasts as he landed, batting them back toward the astonished troopers. This was much harder than it looked. The durasteel blade had been woven with cortosis, a mineral strong enough to resist energy blasts. But its similarity to a lightsaber ended there. A scarlet ray struck low on the blade, more by luck than by aim, and the vibrogenerator in the hilt shorted out. Even through the insulation, the jolt was painful. Jax knew immediately what had happened, as did the troopers. They could see the blade's edge lose its high-speed blur. Jax dropped the weapon and extended both hands, palms out, in a force strike that hurled 3 of the troopers back against a wall. Even as he did so, however, he could sense another trooper lining up on him. Loranth stepped into the edge of his peripheral vision, firing her blaster. The beam struck the blast, meant for Jax. The air sizzled with multicolored ionized energies. Flickering corpusant danced along his arms and momentarily wreathed his brow, and the sound was like 1,000 fire wasp nests being broken open at once. Jax's vision was momentarily dazzled by the pyrotechnics. I-5's photoreceptors, fortunately, were not. The droid fired rapidly, his laser blasts unerringly accurate. In a matter of moments, it was finished. The 8 stormtroopers lay sprawled in various ungainly positions on the floor or across slurry pipes, control consoles, and other large pieces of industrial apparatus. The 3 hesitated a moment, wary of another possible attack. Then Jax said, "It's over. Stand down." Loranth nodded and holstered her blasters. The hard-bitten Grey Paladin's connection to the Force had no doubt told her, just as his had told Jax, that the immediate danger was past. Simultaneously, the droid lowered his arms. Jax knew that I-5 had swept the room for life signs and booby traps with his sensors, and that the readings were null. "That was exhilarating," I-5 said. "Have I mentioned lately how much I enjoy the organic predilection for violence and carnage? No? That might be because I don't." Jax grinned. "Okay," he said. "Let's get our reluctant client to the spaceport and on that spice freighter before anyone else shows up wanting to play." He raised his voice. "Den, Secretary Baralia, let's go." There was a moment of silence, and then Den's voice came from around the corner of the hypercondenser. "I'm afraid that might be a problem." Jax felt himself go cold. Had they come this far, only to have the being to whom they'd promised safe passage die at the last minute? Had a stray energy bolt ricocheted from a reflective surface somewhere in the room, at just the right angle to kill the Undersecretary? Jax reached out with the Force, just as Den continued. "Baralia's fainted. And..." The Celestin peered around from behind the unit, his nose wrinkled. "I think he's had an accident." I-5 said, "My olfactory sensor confirms that Den is correct, assuming that had an accident in this case is a euphemism for—" "It is," Jax said. He sheathed his useless vibro sword and sighed. "Come on, let's get him cleaned up before we put him on board." 2. There were no further impediments in getting Undersecretary Baralia on board the freighter Big Score, unless finding a new set of pantaloons in the spaceport duty-free that fit a Bothan counted as such. Once the ship had lifted, an I-5's illegal patch into the orbital grid feed had confirmed its slot for hyperspace insertion. The 4 headed back to their current quarters, in the down-levels sector known as the Southern Underground. This was several thousand kilometers from Jax's previous neighborhood, the Black Pit slums, near the equator and not far from the ruins of the Jedi Temple. Their living quarters were, for a change, relatively upscale, which meant as far as Den was concerned that the roof didn't leak and slug-thrower fire hadn't riddled the walls. Lately, as a result of the unexpected generosity of Caird of Deejah, the former Black Sun assassin who, thanks to Jax, had been able to exit the criminal organization and return to his homeworld, they had enough credits to live comfortably for a while. Unfortunately, the same plan that had aided Caird and saved the lives of himself and his friends had cost Jax his lightsaber. He had used it to trigger a small-scale nuclear explosion in the deserted factory district in order to escape the clutches of both Darth Vader and the Faline Prince Shizor. It seemed to have worked. Several months had gone by, and Jax had felt no untoward plucking of the psionic threads that constituted the way he experienced the Force. At least, nothing that carried with it the sense of Vader's renewed attention. The Sith Lord evidently had assumed that Jax and his companions had not escaped the blast. "It's not like you really need another lightsaber," Den pointed out. After all, there's no surer way of saying, "Look, I'm a Jedi," than to go waving one around. Besides, he added, don't you still have that other gizmo that Nick Rostu gave you? The other gizmo was an energy whip, a length of flexible conductive metal that could be charged with a plasmatic field, which Jax had used in his battle with Prince Shizor. Ironically, the Black Sun operative had been wielding Jax's own lightsaber against him, and not too shabbily either, Den remembered, considering that Shizor didn't have the help of the Force with it. The light whip? Yes, Jax replied, but it's not very good for close work or multiple opponents. Even so, Lorant said, I agree with Den. A new lightsaber will just tempt you into more overt demonstrations of the Force. If you want Vader to know you're alive, then by all means find another one. The green-skinned Twi'lek was standing by the partly opaqued window, looking down at the street below as she spoke. She was dressed mostly in gray, leggings, tunic, and vest. This wasn't surprising, since Loranth Tarek was one of the few surviving members of the Grey Paladins, a splinter group of Jedi who had believed, even before the overthrow of the Republic, that the Order relied entirely too much on the Force as a metaphysical panacea. Since the lightsaber's use was nearly always augmented with the Force, they advocated proficiency in other weaponry as well. To an amazing degree, Loranth had honed her skill with the pair of DL-44 blasters she wore. Den had never seen her miss. If she shot at something, that something either vaporized, blew up, or fell over. It was a surer bet than a perfect 20 in Sabak. Of course, Den mused. She obviously used the Force to warn her of lasers or particle beam blasts that were about to be fired at her. No one was fast enough to block something traveling at or near light speed. But Den was pretty sure that if one could somehow turn off Loranth's access to the Force, it wouldn't affect her speed and accuracy all that much. The Twi'lek turned her head slightly, and Den could see light reflect off the shiny scar tissue on her right cheek. That and the burned stub of her left lekku were souvenirs of the atrocity known as Flame Night. As a reporter, he hadn't been able to stop himself from asking once about her part in it. And don't tell me I should see the other guy, he'd cautioned. You can't, she'd replied, unless you dig up his grave. She didn't smile as she said it, but then neither Den nor anyone else in the small group could recall seeing Loranth ever smile. There was no question in Den's mind but that the Twi'lek's nerves were wound tighter than the carbonite nanofibers that tethered skyhooks to the surface of Coruscant. He was glad she was on their side. He hoped she'd stay there. He'd hate to be facing the business end of her blaster. There was only one other member of the group who could probably match the Paladin's deadly accuracy, I-5. As others remarked more than once, the erstwhile protocol droid who had been Den's friend and companion since the Battle of Drongar, and who had dragged him halfway across the galaxy to Coruscant and this current thrill-a-minute existence, he reminded himself wryly, was a rather singular droid. The word unique had even been applied. The reason for this was as simple as it was complicated. I-5 was more self-aware than any other droid that Den had ever encountered, not to mention a sizable chunk of sentience it had been the reporter's misfortune to come across over the years. This could be partly explained by some of the modifications that Jax's father, Lorne, had made in the droid's synaptic grid and creativity dampeners. But Den and the others couldn't help but feel that the droid was somehow journeying beyond even that, toward a consciousness that couldn't be entirely the result of programming, if he wasn't already there. Den shook his head. He'd been slipping more and more into such esoteric reveries these days. It wasn't a good frame of mind to stay in, especially since a large part of his current existence consisted of trying to smuggle various contraband and fugitives from the streets to the spaceports and eventually off-world. One had to be alert. One had to live in the moment and take care of business in such an environment. Philosophical musings could rarely be indulged. Not that he was given overly much to such things anyway. In his former life, which was how he often found himself thinking of it these days, it seemed as misty and far away as a half-remembered dream. He'd been a reporter, a news being who had worked on some hot stories in his time, covered some dangerous fronts, been more than once in Humpty-Deep Poodoo, as some of the Ugnaughts who'd been his source for juicy news bits back on Drongar had so colorfully put it. Drongar had by no means been the best of them, but it hadn't been the worst either. He'd covered the Clone Wars, from Eridan Prime to Jabim. He'd won awards, citations, and scrolls of merit for his stories from the front. It had been hard work, dangerous work, exciting work. These days, the memories of those times seemed like a pleasant walk in Oa Park. Den was jarred out of his reverie by Jax's voice. The former Jedi was saying, "Maybe right. Still, given that there are more beings on Coruscant than on any other 50 inhabited worlds, I think the chances of being noticed with a lightsaber are thin, especially down level. And I'd rather have it and not need it than the other way around." Jax turned and addressed another being standing in the shadows of the Connap's foyer. "How about it, Renan? Can you find me a lightsaber?" Den watched as the Eloman stepped into the lighted room. Hananum Tik Renan was typical of his species, tall, angular, and bipedal. He wasn't quite as hirsute as a Wookiee, but he came close. His nose tusks, stubby horns, and wide-set eyes all protruded from a fleshy lump that could only be recognized as a head because it sat on top of his short neck. He was depressed. This came as no particular surprise to Den or any of the others. Renan was always depressed. Formerly Darth Vader's personal aide, he had fled the Dark Lord's service, finding sanctuary at the last moment aboard the freighter Far Ranger with Jax and the others, just before the droid factory had been destroyed by the exploding reactor. Renan, like the majority of his species, was a scrupulous, fastidious, meticulous, and punctilious being. For the Eloman, the reason and joy of life truly was in the details, and it had been that passion for order and precision that had convinced Vader to designate Renan his aide-de-camp. Unfortunately, along with that painstaking attention to minutiae, came an outlook of extreme suspicion upon his life in general and his employer in particular. Den remembered reading somewhere that expatriated Eloman were prone to psychoses of various sorts, including, it seemed, paranoia. Renan had become convinced that Vader would sooner or later have him killed for some minor infraction or dereliction of duty, and it had been that fear, as much as the very sensible desire to avoid imminent deatomization, that had driven him to jump ship. Since then, Renan had been an unwilling fugitive. He yearned to return to his homeworld of Elum, but his share of the credits bequeathed by Caird wasn't nearly enough to persuade a merchant ship's captain to carry one passenger all the way to a world on the outer rim, far from the trade lanes. And so he'd stayed with those who had rescued him. His exacting nature and near fanatical attention to detail had easily dictated his job within the group. Renan was the go-to being, the procurer. Whatever was needed, from delicacies such as Genessarian sand monkey flambéed in Foivet oil to please a client's Epicurean palate, to an outmoded widget essential for repairing an aging holoproj unit. Renan could put his hands on it. Except, it seemed, a lightsaber. "It's not possible," he said dolefully in response to Jax's query. "The weapons of the Jedi were destroyed along with the Jedi. There are rumors that some lightsabers remain in private collections of the extremely wealthy, but the only one I'm certain truly exists belongs to Darth Vader, and I doubt he'd part with it willingly." "Good call," Den said. "A crystal, then. I'll build my own. It'll be more in tune with my Adagan crystals, as well as Coruscant, Ilum, and others, are all under strict trade and commerce interdiction, per the orders of Emperor Palpatine. I'll grow one, then." But Jax didn't sound quite as determined as he had a moment before, and Den was pretty sure he knew why. Although as recently as a couple of standard years ago, what he'd known about lightsaber technology and Jedi tradition would have rattled around in a green flea's ear. He'd learned a lot since then from listening to Jax and Loranth, as well as from Barriss Offee back in their days on Drongar. He knew that the use of naturally occurring crystals, as opposed to synthetic ones, was one of the ways Jedi had distinguished themselves from the Sith. The ostensible reason was that the synthetics weren't quite as pure as the crystals mined from the caves of various worlds, and there was always the chance that one could fail at a critical moment. And since practically every moment a lightsaber was activated was perforce a critical one, Den could see the merit of the argument. He wondered, however, how much of that was based on experience and how much on doctrine. It was well known that the Jedi had, by the time of the Republic's downfall, effectively hobbled themselves with their dependence on rote and cant. As nasty as the Sith had been in ages past, Den had to admit that they'd been more practical by far in many areas. "That may be possible," Renan said in answer to Jax's last statement. "It will take some time, however, to assemble all the necessary equipment and materials. In the meantime, I suggest this." He withdrew from beneath his robes what appeared to Den, at first, to be an antique sword. The blade was slightly longer than a meter in length and pale silver, almost white in color. The metal was not chased, although Den realized there did appear to be delicate whorls and patterns woven through it. They almost seemed to move, like oil on water. The hilt was ornate but functional. It looked like it was made of electrum, a rare fusion of silver and gold. Mounted in the guard were two small, faceted crystals that scintillated even in the relatively dim interior light. All in all, very pretty, Den had to concede. Even impressive. But insofar as being able to block a blaster bolt, it seemed about as effective as a pointed stick. Jax seemed somewhat nonplussed as well. Both I-5 and Loranth stepped forward for a closer look. There was wonder in the Paladin's normally grim face. "A Velmorian energy sword." She looked at Renan incredulously. "You couldn't find a lightsaber, but you could find this?" The Element shrugged. "Things are tough all over. I was able to obtain this in an online auction from a member of the Velmorian royal family who had fallen upon hard times." Loranth shook her head and took the sword from Renan. Den watched as she extended it. He didn't see or do anything to activate it, but the length of the blade suddenly blazed with a cold and crackling silver flame. "There's something you don't see every day," Den murmured. The Paladin carefully handed the energy sword to Jax. He held the weapon up, admiring the coruscating, shifting waves of power. It was quite different from a lightsaber, and it lacked the latter's purity of design. Still, it was obviously a weapon to be reckoned with. It seemed much more akin, as far as the mechanics of it went, to the light whip. "It's activated by a pressure pad in the hilt," Loranth explained. "The generator feeds plasmatic energy through the crystals and along the blade. A magnetic feedback loop contains it." Jax relaxed his grip experimentally, watching the superheated gas retreat, leaving the blade as it was before. He held his other hand close to the metal. "No heat," he murmured. "The containment loop keeps the plasma from direct contact with the blade. Otherwise it would melt." Jax squeezed the hilt, triggering the plasmatic coating once more. He swung the weapon a few times, testing its weight and balance. "Easy there, big fella," Den said, backing up quickly. Jax moved through a few steps of one of the 7 forms. There was more weight to the energy sword than there was to the lance of pure energy that was a lightsaber, of course, but nothing that he couldn't compensate for easily enough. Since it was a sheath of energy surrounding a solid blade, it obviously did not have the same frictionless edge that a saber had. He wondered how it measured up against a vibro sword. Well, he thought grimly, if life continues to be as interesting as it has been, I've no doubt I'll find out. Sooner probably than later. 3. "It's only a rumor," Deejah said nervously. "Put it out of your mind. Your only obsession must be your work, now especially." Volette shook his head, the short golden fur covering his shoulders and neck rippling in reaction to the tense muscles beneath the skin. "Normally I would agree with you," he says, "but I can't ignore this. I must ascertain the truth." His partner looked at him with an expression difficult to read, even for Vess, who had been with her for the last 7 years. "Tonight," Deejah said, "will be the crowning achievement of your life and your art. thus far at least. You can't allow anything to distract you. Not even genocide, Deej? Not even the extermination of a species? My species? You don't know if it's true. It's just a rumor. I can find out, Vess said, easily enough. He turned to the uplink terminal next to the workbench. It was only a few steps away, like everything in the small studio behind the gallery. The gallery itself was large enough to hold 6 of his latest pieces. Any more would seem cramped. Each piece needed its own area within which to radiate. Vess called up a hollow proj of the net and entered his query. It didn't take long to find the news item he sought. Mysterious disaster strikes Kamas. Scans have confirmed that the population of the core world Kamas has been decimated in a planetary apocalypse of unknown origin. Orbital investigation teams say the most probable cause is a cluster of high-yield actinium bombs, no doubt of separatist origin, that had been drifting through the core systems since the end of the Clone Wars. It is estimated that 70 to 85% of the population has died from the explosions and subsequent firestorms. Accompanying the news story were hollows of the devastation. Vess could see the charred remnants of cities. Entire forests, encompassing thousands of square kilometers, were still ablaze, the obscuring smoke visible from high orbit. My world is gone, he thought. Not literally, the globe was still there, orbiting around its sun. But the Kamasi civilization would likely never recover. The Empire could try to spin the disaster as a result of leftover munitions from the war, as if any sentient with even a level 3 education couldn't realize how slim the odds of a bomb cluster just happening to hit a planet, even in the outer core, were. The truth was there for anyone who could read between the data lines. Amazing how calmly he was accepting it. That, of course, was due to shock. He hadn't accepted it, not at all. Not yet. He wondered clinically if, when his brain finally let it in, he would go mad. Kamas, his world, his people, reduced from shining civilization to near barbarism, the few that were still alive, in less than a day. And the Emperor had given the order. Of that Volette was certain. He was apolitical, but he wasn't stupid. Only a ruler as paranoid and ruthless as Palpatine would be threatened by a planet of pacifists. His people had done nothing wrong. They had merely exercised their right under the Galactic Constitution to protest the extreme restrictions and tax hikes the Empire was levying on art, science, philosophy, and other modes of consilience. His people. Quiet, reserved, knowledgeable, compassionate. It had been said that the Jedi, when attempting to formulate the consistent ethos that eventually became the Jedi Code, had gone to the Kamasi for guidance. No more. No one would visit his once beautiful homeworld now, save possibly to stare in outraged shock at the devastation of a planet that once had been a beacon of rationality. Vess gasped and staggered, suddenly beset by a memness, a sense memory, so intense that, for a moment, the small and cozy surroundings of his workshop vanished, to be replaced by his home in Juwalia Village, the picturesque hamlet in which he'd grown up, nestled in the rolling hills of Canupian. He was standing in his den looking out at the tart apple orchard, admiring the opalescent tints the rising sun was striking off the glossy leaves and silver skins of the ripe fruits. He could hear songfish piping in the nearby stream. He remembered the actuality, when it had taken place. 3 standard months before he had left Kamas and come to Coruscant to light sculpt, to capture in controlled photons universal emotions, feelings common to nearly every sentient being of the galaxy, to display, and, he'd hoped, to sell his work. Although Kamasi were overall non-materialistic, they weren't foolish, as the philosopher Hyoka Lands once put it. The problem in galactic society at large is not that there are too many poor sentients, it's that there are too few rich ones. There was nothing wrong with capitalism, as long as it was accompanied by some form of egalitarian ethos. The memness ability was a primordial, ingrained aptitude coded in the Kamasi genome, unique to the species. They typically occurred at times of great stress, and were nearly always linked somehow to the stressor. He'd only had one before, as a child, when a beloved nest uncle had died. Ves frowned in puzzlement. This memness, this recollection of a pastoral moment not long before he'd left Kamasi, how could it possibly be linked to the mundicidal horror of which he'd just learned? He soon found out. Ves felt a sudden disturbance, a soundless roar, a lightless flash, a vibrationless tremor, not moving, yet somehow propagating nevertheless at terrifying speed toward him. The memness shattered, fragmenting into sharp shards like the psionic equivalent of brittle duralumin, hurtling toward him, accompanied by the silent screams and cries of an entire world dying. He understood at last what was happening. Kamasi typically shared these grief memories with others of their kind in an attempt to spread and so dissipate the sorrow. What he was feeling right now were the memni of millions of others of his kind, a wave front of agony, confusion, despair, and disbelief that transcended time and space. His individual sense memory had been symbolic, an expression of the population's peace and tranquility that had been so suddenly and horrifyingly decimated. Myriad experiences ripped through his mind, like emotional shrapnel. There was no resisting it, no hiding from it. He felt every Kamasi on the planet die. Dimly, 1,000 light years away, he heard Deejah shouting his name, felt his worried partner help him over to the Davenport to lie down. But lying down or standing up made no difference. There was no escape or respite. It was all he could do to hang on to his self, to keep his consciousness from being torn to tatters and sucked into the maelstrom. Finally, after untold eons of horror, it began to subside. Ves came back to himself, to his own focal point in the cosmos, shuddering and sweating, but alive, and by some miracle still sane. Deejah was sitting beside him, worry creasing her brow. "Are you all right?" When Ves managed to nod weakly, she exhaled in relief. "What happened?" "A memnus." Deejah looked at him. Being a Zeltron, she had some experience with empathic resonance, and she had been with Ves long enough to be familiar with the concept of shared memories. "I didn't know they could be that intense." Ves briefly explained what had happened. His partner and friend looked horrified. "After such a shock, you can't put on the exhibit tonight. We must postpone." Ves shook his head. "No. It is more important than ever now that we open as planned. As long as one Kamasi lives and can create, the Emperor has failed." Ves lurched to his feet, his head feeling as if a comet had just impacted it. Deejah stood as well, offering her hand in concern, but Ves waved it off. "Offer my apologies to the clientele. Tell them that illness prevents me from attending." He moved over to his workbench and activated the plasmatic flux inducer. An oscillating hum quickly rose to the edge of hearing. A parabolic cone of blue light, a meter tall, materialized. Ves fed torsion into it, adjusted the ellipsis. The flame of plasma twisted and gave a low electronic moan. Ves glanced at the wall chrono. "It's almost time," he said. "You'd better get ready to let them in." Deejah hesitated, then nodded in defeat. "All right, I suppose you know what you're doing." She exited, closing the door. Ves concentrated on the torqued spearhead of light. He added neon, krypton, xenon. The plasma flushed, red, green, blue. He adjusted tinctures, spun the result through various arcs. Simplicity. That was the key, of course. The emotional power lay in that. Deejah was right. Ves knew exactly what he was doing. He was building a cairn. 4. Jax breathed, slowly, deeply, as Master Peel had taught him. With each exhalation, he pushed his awareness out farther, letting the threads of energy that were his connection with the Force expand. Many of the Jedi, his tutor had told him, had experienced their unification with the Force in various symbolic ways that they likened to aspects of the real world. For example, Master Peel had always found the metaphor of water best suited his link to it. Jax, on the other hand, felt and saw the Force as threads or strings, stretching and reverberating through space and time, connecting everything. For him, to be aware of another's aura was to see the person swathed in a cocoon of variegated light or darkness. To sense something at a distance, tendrils of force established themselves instantaneously between him and the object he sought. To augment his own physical powers, such as running or leaping, he let himself be lifted and carried by them, or used an invisible lasso to bring objects within reach. Now he sent those threads questing outward, probing and searching, until they encountered that which he sought. As though it in turn sensed his contact, the floating remote droid let loose a volley of laser beams aimed at him, simultaneously zipping from one mid-air position to the next as it fired. Jax, blindfolded, whipped up the energy sword, countering each burst by knowing before it was fired which direction it would come from. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The sixth and last beam stung him painfully on the right side. Blast! Jax pulled off the blindfold and spoke the deactivation code for the remote, which drifted to the floor. He sat down on the extruded lip of a wall couch and looked ruefully at the weapon in his hand. I see its remote. 1, human, 0, a voice said. Jax looked up to see I-5 in the doorway of the small enclosed courtyard in which the Jedi had been practicing. I'm beginning to think that Loranth is right, Jax said. The Jedi should have practiced more with other weapons. He grimaced. Don't tell her I said that. On the other hand, no one but a Jedi could have blocked 5 out of 6 beams. Jax shrugged. It makes no difference if it's the 6th one or the first one that kills you. Dead is dead. I wouldn't know. I do know, however, I-5 said, that you're much better with that sword than you think you are. Jax glanced down at the weapon, saw his distorted reflection looking back at him from the blade's surface. Yeah? How do you know that? I-5 suddenly whipped up his left hand, index finger extended, and fired a laser beam at Jax. The beam splashed off the ionized fire that suddenly coated the length of the blade, which Jax had automatically raised to block the beam. That's how, I-5 said. The speed of light is just under 300,000 kilometers per second. You are currently 7.3 meters from me. Your force-augmented anticipatory reflex action is obviously working fine. You just have to let it. Jax grinned. You sure you're not carrying a Jedi Master template somewhere in that droid brain of yours? Make or forbid. I'd like to think that even pre-programmed mechanical intelligences are less rigid than the Jedi were. Jax's smile faded. The droid projected concern. My apologies, Jax. Even protocol droids can be indecorous at times. I was out of line. I'm not upset at your opinion. What gets to me is, you're right. Every living species in the galaxy knows that one either adapts or dies. It's not a difficult concept. Why didn't the Council understand it? Why couldn't they recognize the danger until it was too late? Assuming for the moment that the question isn't rhetorical, I-5 said, all I can offer is an observation that your father made once, more than 25 years ago. He was a temple employee, as you know, and had an opportunity to observe his employers closely, even before he became so biased against them for what he felt was your kidnapping. Lorne was under no illusions about Jedi stagnation and complacency. He told me of references he'd found in data files to someone they called the Chosen One, a being whose coming was foretold and said to be imminent, who would restore balance to the Force. Perhaps they were waiting for this being to come and accomplish for them what they were unable or unwilling to do for themselves. It was your father's opinion, and I've watched the behavior of enough organic sentience in my travels to heartily agree, that whenever they give up their own judgment to some sort of fanciful, higher power, instead of looking for answers within themselves and their actions, they are the worse for it. Jax nodded thoughtfully. Of course, he had heard the rumors that Anakin Skywalker, protege of the noted Jedi, Obi-Wan Kenobi, was this chosen one. But Jax had no way of knowing. He had not been privy to such exclusive information. Only a rank-and-file Jedi, He had barely achieved Jedi knighthood immediately before the Order's destruction. But it made as much sense as anything else in a galactic society gone mad, though he had been one of the very few Padawans who had been able to call Anakin Skywalker friend. Jax had not been then, and was not now, under any illusions about the powerful young Jedi's mood swings. He remembered once sensing Anakin's aura, perceiving it as strands of blackest night stretching multidimensionally in every direction. Why hadn't the Council seen it as well? Or had they just chosen to ignore it? "You may be right," he finally told I-5. "Or at least partly right. I doubt we'll ever know for sure." A sudden mental onslaught struck him, unexpected and powerful enough to literally knock him to his knees. Something had just happened, somewhere in the galaxy. Something involving such monstrous pain and death that it had set the threads connecting him to the Force to vibrating like the BBY creation gong. He sensed millions upon millions of lives extinguished in some kind of global holocaust. Dropping the energy sword, he cupped his face in both hands and moaned. "Jax?" I-5's hands were made of hard alloy, yet their touch was gentle as the droid took him by the shoulders and turned him, leaning down to peer intently into his face. "Are you all right? What's happened?" "Death." Jax was barely able to croak the word. "Death's happened. The cry in the night. Mass destruction. Somewhere. They're all. He couldn't finish the sentence. The crushing weight of the tragedy that had been thrust upon him barely left room enough for respiration. Somewhere, on some world in the known galaxy, millions upon millions of people had cried out as with one voice, and then had fallen silent. Forever. Although the room still seemed to be spinning on its axis, he struggled to his feet. I-5 began to remonstrate, but Jax pushed past him and headed for the front room. He hoped he was wrong, hoped with all his heart that this massive disturbance in the Force had been due to something else. Anything else. But he knew it wasn't so, and his certainty was given added corroboration when he saw Loranth's face. As expressionless and closed off as she could sometimes be, still he recognized the haunted look in her eyes. He knew it mirrored his own. "Kamas," she announced, tightly. The location of the catastrophe was almost as great a shock as the initial psychic tsunami that had convulsed the Force only a few minutes previously. Kamas? A world populated by beings who had repeatedly raised the bar for other species through their remarkable achievements in the arts and philosophy? Jax stared in utter disbelief. It made no sense. The Kamasi were gentle, educated beings, for the most part. Their world was one of the very few to maintain a planetary militia instead of a regular professional army. Only someone as paranoid as Palpatine could possibly think that... Jax realized then what it was, what it had to have been, and the realization left a sour taste of bile in the back of his mouth. Of course. Kamas was the perfect example, guaranteed to pound home the message that the Emperor was too firmly ensconced to be overthrown. His action would demonstrate that if he was crazy enough, or just plain cruel enough, to obliterate a world of scholars and artisans, what was there to stop him from doing the same thing to Corellia, or Alderaan, or Dantooine, or any of 1,001 other planets? Nothing whatsoever, as far as Jax could see, and that, of course, was the point. He felt to his surprise a sudden surge of anger against the Jedi, against his own people. Why had they closed themselves off, shirked the duties and responsibilities that had been theirs for thousands of generations? If they hadn't, perhaps none of this would have happened. If they had been more receptive, they might have sensed the threat in their midst before it struck. A burst of awareness that manifested itself through the Force with absolute surety. Suddenly Jax knew. He didn't know why. He didn't know if it had anything to do with the echoes of the dead and dying Kamasi still reverberating in his mind. He didn't know if it was totally unconnected and just a random flash of insight from the Force. But he suddenly knew one incontrovertible fact. Anakin Skywalker was still alive. 5. Death came for her in the mining tunnels of Uvo 4. Aurra Sing was working in one of the branch tunnels, a narrow fissure in the black rock barely wide enough for her to stretch one arm straight from the shoulder. The vein of xenium she'd been following for the last 3 days was running dry. She estimated that in less than a meter it would diminish to the point that it would no longer be cost-effective to keep mining. She lowered her protective faceplate. Except for the dark, gray-black circles around her eyes that made them appear deeper than they were, the skin of her face and body were as pure white as the veined marble the miners occasionally encountered in their digging. The single thick shock of long, reddish-brown hair gathered together by a band at the top of her skull was stunning by comparison. She aimed the gasifier at the left side of the rock face, through which the load of xenium stitched like a frozen bolt of purple electricity. The high-energy beam turned the rock into plasma almost instantaneously, and the incandescent gas was sucked away through a hose woven of carbonite nanofibers to be vented through shafts that perforated the strata between where she stood and the surface. Sing gasified the remaining rock that encased the xenium. She struck the exposed sheet, which, though only a couple of centimeters thick, was as tall as she was, with a small sonic tool, finding the cleavage lines with skill born of years of practice. The xenium fractured into several smaller, roughly hexagonal pieces. These she gathered up and stacked in the ore carrier. Disconnecting the gasifier line, she loaded it into the carrier as well, then stepped on the plate and activated the repulsor. As the carrier zoomed soundlessly back toward the main shaft, passing through brief flickering pools of light cast by sconces that alternated with stretches of utter darkness, Sing wearily checked her rebreather's status. The filter's diffusion index was still green, she noted, although it had long since declined from optimal. She tried to remember how the galaxy's outer rim had looked from the observation deck of the pirate ship so long ago. It had been many years. How many, Sing herself wasn't sure. She wasn't sure of a great many things about herself, including her age and her species. She knew her mother had been human, but her father's ancestry was a mystery. Those she had worked for, including Wallanuga the Hutt, had speculated that he had been Kirash, Ratataki, Baron, perhaps even Anzati. Never mind that none of these could interbreed with humans without a certain amount of genetic tinkering, and that none of those genomes could account for her longevity. So her origins remained a mystery, even to herself. The past held no interest for Aurra Sing. All that mattered was the now. Over the course of a long and eventful life, Sing had learned to conserve energy and bide her time when the situation she happened to find herself in was less than satisfactory. In this respect, her longevity served her well. She had survived onerous conditions before, and would again. If she could not shoot or fight her way out of a situation, then she would simply and patiently outlast it. After all, one did not become known as a hunter of Jedi by being reckless. It was hard to believe that she had once nearly embraced the Jedi Code. The Jedi Master, known as the Dark Woman, would never know how close she had come to converting her headstrong young Padawan. Had she not been kidnapped and taught the truth by the pirates? A rich irony, that. Aurra Sing might have been one of those sanctimonious wearers of sackcloth herself. And as a result, she might very well be dead now, just one more victim of Order 66 like the rest of the Jedi. Well, good riddance to them. The only regret Sing had in that regard was that there were precious few left for her to hunt down and kill these days. As she approached one of the ancillary shafts that connected with the surface, she began to see other beings. All were engaged in some aspects of xenium mining. An inescapable corollary of the activity was that none of them looked good. Even with the osmotic filters, xenium dust eventually found its way into respiratory systems, be they lungs, stomata, trachea, or whatever. Breathe it long enough and you came down with pyroliosis, or fire lung, a condition that literally consumed you from the inside. In humanoids, it ate up the alveoli like so much dry acid, an extremely painful way to die. This was one reason only the most incorrigible criminals were sent to Uvo 4. Outside the occasional pod race to blow off steam, the daily routine stopped only when the prisoner died. Ironically, the mines on UFO 4 were among the few labor camps in the galaxy in which organics actually outlasted droids. Despite shielding, the xenium dust affected droids' perceptor systems almost immediately, causing them to crash into the mining equipment and one another. In contrast, it took the more resilient organics several years to wear out. Their presence in the mines was a matter of cost-effectiveness, not ethics. She saw Karundabar, an old Wookiee who had been down in the hole for so long he had forgotten the crime that had initially landed him here. He was nearly bald, his hair having fallen out over most of his body through the years. She watched him dump a pile of ore plates into a lift tube that would take it to receiving on the surface. Almost blind, to judge by the cataracts that filmed his eyes, he had followed the route so often that he didn't need to see to do the job. As Sing dumped her own load of plates into another tube, she kept her senses on full alert. Her connection to the Force would warn her of any imminent assault, sometimes even before it was initiated. That, and her deadly reputation, had kept her alive all these months in this rancor pit. Both would continue to do so. Or so she thought. The attack, when it came, was thus doubly surprising. First, that anyone would dare attack her at all, and second, because the Force had not warned her of it. Fortunately, that enigmatic energy was not her only ally. Even though the misbegotten Jedi flues, Aayla Secura, had cut the antenna of her biocomputer implant, it was still capable of sensing danger at close range. That was what warned her now, barely in time, of the Trandoshan with the shiv who was lunging at her from behind. Sing sidestepped, knowing from long practice just how much movement was necessary to allow the thrust to miss. The sonic blades slipped by less than a centimeter from her alabaster skin. She could feel the breeze it generated. As the big reptilian stumbled, thrown off balance by missing his target, Sing caught him in an arm lock and snapped his elbow. True to his heritage, the scaly creature did not lose more Jagannath points by screaming. Internalizing the pain, he hissed in anger. But he could not keep from gasping as Sing swung the broken arm up, dislocating his shoulder joint, and simultaneously used her leg to sweep her assailant off his feet. The Trandoshan hit the rocky floor of the shaft with a sickly thud. Snatching the shiv from his nerveless hand, Sing dropped to one knee beside him and prepared to drive the blade into his throat. Enough! A life-sized, three-dimensional image appeared before her. It was the projection of a human. A man sheathed in what appeared to be black armor, wearing a helmet of strange design, and enfolded in a black cloak and tabard. At first sight, Sing thought that everything about the image was unrelievedly black. Then she saw he wore a small chest panel with blinking red and green lights. Doubtless some form of biosystem monitor, allowing for externalized connection to recharge critical life support components. She recognized the figure, of course. One could hardly live in the developed portion of the galaxy, or even on its fringes, and not have heard of Darth Vader, Dark Lord of the Sith. His origins were shrouded in mystery and rife with rumor. He was a centuries-old Sith Lord, reanimated by the sheer force of the Emperor's will. He was the last rogue Jedi. He was a genetically optimized clone, the ultimate warrior. He was a cyborg, some kind of specialized battle droid, given human form. Sing had no idea which, if any of the rumors might be true, although Vader's alleged unequaled proficiency with the lightsaber would seem to argue for the first or second possibility. Her gaze automatically went to where the traditional Jedi weapon was attached to his belt. A sensible sentient would have been immediately intimidated by the Dark Lord's appearance. Aurra Sing smiled. A lazy, feral smile. Vader's image regarded her in silence for a moment. Then it spoke. The sound, like the image, was slightly distorted from its long journey through hyperspace. Your reflexes are quite impressive, bounty hunter. You have temporarily cost me the use of a trained assassin. Sing spared a glance at the Trandoshan, still lying on the floor and whimpering softly as he tried to snap his broken arm back into its shoulder socket. Her gaze returned to the ebon image. You set this one on me. Why? Vader nodded once. Just so. I was curious to see if you were still at your peak after your time in the mines. I now... You're wise, she interrupted the projection, to stay in a safe haven parsecs away. This one, she nudged the reptiloid with her foot, just served to keep me from falling asleep after a day's work. Were you here in the flesh, I'd... Vader raised a black-gloved hand, and Sing paused. I have a job for you, the Dark Lord continued. Do it well, and I'll personally commute your sentence. Do it poorly, and you'll be back here breathing xenium dust until it eats you alive from the inside out. Are you interested? Sing was aware that the other prisoners nearby had halted their activities and were looking on in fascination. She also saw that 3 of her more brutish fellow miners were scowling in her direction. She could feel their resentment at this unexpected offer of clemency for her. You offer me a choice a fool could make. I didn't think you would require much convincing. Their agreement concluded. At that point, she expected the image to implode and vanish. She was somewhat surprised when it did not. Instead, the simulacrum stood silently, watching. She turned to face the 3 prisoners she had noticed a moment earlier. 2 were human. The third was a Shistavanan. All 3 continued to glare enviously at her, each waiting for one of the others to make the first move. Sing smiled. It was plain now why Vader had not ended the transmission. The test wasn't over yet. 6. Anakin Skywalker? The Anakin Skywalker, the Jedi hero of the Clone Wars? You sound skeptical, Jax told Den. I am skeptical. In fact, Den added, I'd say skeptical isn't nearly strong enough. I think I'll have to go with incredulous. I'm inclined to agree, Loranth put in from nearby. All the Jedi, present company excepted, are dead. Jax met her gaze evenly. As you said, present company accepted. We'd managed to stay alive all these months. Why couldn't he have as well? I-5 responded before the Twi'lek could. Along with Obi-Wan Kenobi and Mace Windu, Anakin Skywalker was one of the most storied heroes of the Republic. Their battles and missions are the stuff of legend, or so my research would suggest. Ever since the end of the Clone Wars, there have been sightings of them reported from the Outer Rim all the way to the Tingle Arm. Not one has ever been confirmed. Jax didn't reply immediately. He could certainly understand the other's reservations. He would have been equally dubious had he not experienced the absolute certainty that often came with revelations granted by the Force. In this case, there was simply no room for doubt. He told them as much. There's no way I can convince you of it, I know, but knowledge gained through the Force can't be discounted. If I had to choose between the evidence of my senses and that which is revealed to me through my connection with the Force, I'd go with the Force every time. Den shrugged. Since I make it a point never to argue with zealots, let's just say I believe in your belief in it. But even assuming it to be true, and I say this with all due respect, so what? I mean, it would make an interesting ribbon for the Hollows, but since the only way you can prove the truth of it is to reveal yourself as a Jedi, it all strikes me as a little counterproductive. I'm not suggesting that. In fact, I'm not sure what I'm suggesting, if anything. It just hit me just now. You couldn't say we were friends, since I don't think Anakin ever let anyone get close enough to justify the term. But he relied on me enough to trust me with something, once. A nugget of pyronium, Renan recalled. You showed it to us before. Oh, yeah, Den mused. The rainbow rock. Goes through all the colors. Very nice. Does it do anything besides shine? Indeed it does, I-5 said. What makes refined pyronium so rare and valuable is that its ability to absorb energy of varying quanta is extraordinarily high. If left exposed to any frequency of electromagnetic radiation of sufficient intensity, its atomic structure stores it. It is theorized that when the quantum shells are filled, the additional energy is somehow shunted into a correlative hyperspatial lattice that, Jax, grinning, reached behind the droid's neck as if to flip the master deactivation toggle at the base of the latter's metal skull. The droid glared at him and stepped away. My mistake, he said. For a brief moment I was laboring under the delusion that I was dealing with beings possessing a sense of curiosity, How could I have been so naive? Don't get your circuits in a twist, Den chided his friend. I was actually faintly interested in what you were saying. He returned his attention to Jax. I can't help but wonder if this latest force flash of yours isn't somehow connected to the Kamasi Holocaust. Of course, you're the one with your veins all crammed full of little force critters, so you'd know better than me. Before Jax or I-5 could respond, Loranth, who had been standing by the door, turned suddenly toward it. One hand went to a pistol hilt as she said quietly, "We have a visitor." Conversation ceased as everyone turned toward the door. They were in the front room of the domicile, from which the smaller, separate sleeping quarters branched off. Jax edged quietly a step closer to the doorway, reaching out with the force as he did so, letting its threads pass through walls and floors as easily as neutrinos through cosmic dust. Loranth was right. He could sense someone on the stairs. Female, advancing with a light, confident step. He wasn't able to ascertain if she was human, but she was definitely humanoid. And young. He perceived no malice or hint of dangerous agenda in her purpose, but that was not conclusive proof of harmlessness. She might be very skilled at blocking her thoughts and feelings. He glanced at Loranth, received a slight nod that confirmed his assessment of the situation. Both relaxed, slightly, and Jax activated the door panel. It slid open to reveal the figure of a young humanoid female. She looked slightly startled as the portal hissed to one side without her having touched the external call pad. Jax stared. She was fully humanoid, all right. She was also the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Her skin was cardinal red. Her thick, wavy hair was darker, a shade closer to burgundy. The irises of her wide-open eyes were a shocking scarlet. Not much shorter than him, she wore a one-piece garment that, at its densest, seemed to be about 2 molecules thick. Despite bordering on vapor, the material swirled and eddied with vivid colors. Almost without his volition, the force reached out and wrapped about her to sample her aura. What he felt was a sensation of rust, a dolorous mental shade very much at odds with her vibrant appearance. She peered into the room, and her tone was cautiously hopeful as she spoke. "Please tell me one of you is Jax Pavan." The Carrack light cruiser made a reasonably steady landing on the pad at Westport. Captain Typho was among the first to disembark. It would have been a pleasant enough voyage, with his rank and the Naboo military giving him preferential status in terms of accommodations and food, had he not been consumed with his mission. But despite the pleasures available to one of his rank on board ship, all he could think of was reaching Coruscant and pursuing the course that obsessed him. It had taken several months to clear up various obligations on Naboo so that he could proceed at his task, totally unencumbered. Now he was finally here. He had watched from the main viewport as the ship had descended. It had been hard, very hard, not to feel completely overwhelmed by the sight of the endless cityscape that stretched in all directions below him. As far as he could see, the snarl of streets, towers, plazas, stadiums, and countless other buildings and thoroughfares covered the surface, all of it stippled with flickering shadows thrown by the fast-moving, repulsor-driven traffic above. Cosseted remnants of the original planetary biota, occasional patches of green and blue, peeped through the immense cityscape, but they were very few and very far between. It was nothing he hadn't seen before, of course. In his capacity as Padme's bodyguard, he had visited the city planet several times previously, but on those occasions he hadn't been faced with the daunting task of tracking down a killer among the teeming trillions that populated the global labyrinth. It seemed utterly impossible, and Typho felt despair fill him. Where in all this enormous, endless urban sprawl would he even begin to look for a surviving Jedi, when so many believed all the Jedi were dead? He squared his shoulders and set his jaw. No task was ever accomplished by cowering before it. If he continued to feel this way, he would be defeated before he had even begun. And Padme Amidala would forever rest uneasily in her grave. That could not be permitted. A modest distance to the northeast of Westport lay the ruins of the Jedi Temple. Any investigation or exploration of them was forbidden by imperial fiat. But such interdictions held little meaning for a soldier. Typho would begin his investigation with Anakin Skywalker, presumably the last Jedi to see Padme alive. If he had survived Mustafar, some hint of his whereabouts might be found in the shattered remnants of his former sanctuary. And if such a clue existed, Typho would find it. The captain set out upon his quest. "I'm Jax Pavan." The Crimson Woman looked relieved. It took Dan a moment to identify her as a Zeltron. A small pang of worry rippled through him at this realization. Zeltrons, if he was remembering correctly, were exceptional representations of humanoid beauty, at least as far as other humans were concerned. In addition, they, like the feline and some other mammalian species, shed pheromones that made them even more irresistible. In short, not a species that made it easy to be objective. The Celestin cast a quick glance at Jax. Hard to tell what he was thinking. Den had become fairly adept at reading humans over the years, but not that good. Jax didn't look particularly smitten, however, even though the Zeltron seemed to be a prime example of human pulchritude. It was all academic to Den, of course. He took note of her beauty the same way he would recognize a thoroughbred of any sort. "My name is Deejah," the Zeltron said. "I've come to you for help." Den watched his friends. Jax and Loranth glanced at each other, and the Celestin guessed that they had both checked this visitor out through the Force. Whether she had passed or not remained to be seen. As for I-5, though the mechanical was capable of projecting a surprising range of expressions, he was now in full droid mode, pretending to be nothing more than a simple protocol unit. Renan showed little interest in the encounter. This wasn't unusual. These days, the Elumin was pretty much in a perpetual funk. Deejah was looking from Jax to Loranth as she spoke. "I've heard that you aid people who want to leave Coruscant. Is this true? I can pay you." Considering that those last 4 words made up one of Den's favorite sentences, he felt impelled to speak up. "You heard right," he proclaimed briskly. "For the right price, we can get you off this overpopulated rock and into a new life off-world that'll—" Loranth silenced him with a look that stopped just short of singeing his eyebrows. Alternately mortified and irate, Den subsided. "Payment isn't necessary. Tell us what you have in mind," Jax said. "How many people would be going?" "Just 2. My business partner, Volette, and myself." I-5 spoke up. "Your pardon, but would that be the famous Kamasi light sculptor of the same name?" She looked startled. "Yes. He was quite well known on his home world." She was suddenly upset, so much so that she could hardly finish the sentence. It didn't take a brain the size of a planet to understand why, even if Jax and Loranth had not just been front and center, metaphysically speaking, for the event. Kamasi's shocking destruction had lately been the talk of the general media. "You fear for his future," Loranth said, "and for your own by association." This was, as far as Den was concerned, an entirely reasonable concern. If the Emperor had gone to the trouble of destroying the Kamasi homeworld for whatever reason, then it followed that he would take care to keep tabs on any survivors who might keep the issue alive by asking awkward questions. Already the general media was seeking them out. A small but vocal and active minority was an inconvenience. Someone like Palpatine would surely rather do without, which no doubt meant anyone aiding such survivors would also come in for increased imperial scrutiny. Den swallowed, running his finger around a suddenly too tight collar. His initial enthusiasm for taking on this particular new client was fading fast. "Yes, I do," the Zeltron said in belated response to Loranth's query. She gave Jax an imploring look. "Please help us. Vess isn't a coward, but like many artists, he has little sense of the way galactic society works. I'm afraid he might do something reckless and vengeful, like producing a work deliberately insulting to the Emperor. That could get us both killed." Her skin flushed an ever so slightly darker shade of red as she spoke. Den knew his eyes were probably the only ones in the room sharp enough to notice it, outside I-5's photoreceptors. He had seen the feline Prince Shizor's skin darken the same way, and he suspected it was for similar reasons. This Dware person was in all likelihood pumping out some industrial-strength pheromones in an attempt to chemically sway Jax, and probably Loranth too, to her side. He was not sure if Twi'leks were immune to Zeltron pheromones. He recalled that the Paladin had been affected by Shizor's mesmerizing sweat, but that meant nothing here, of course. Dware was of a different species. He realized that Dware was speaking again, and he listened intently. "I help Ves with his work," she was telling her audience. "You probably know that my kind are telepathic. It's an ability that comes in handy helping Ves get in the mood to do his best work." I-5 must have seen Den's blank look. "Zeltrons can project and sense emotional states," the droid told him. "Think of it as telepathy with feelings instead of words." He addressed this explanation to his friend via a directional sonic pulse so that no one else could overhear it. Den was grateful for the information. He hadn't been aware of this last factoid. "Makes the whole pheromone thing seem kind of superfluous," he mused. He glanced again at Jax. The Jedi still seemed in complete control of himself, as did Loranth. Den wondered if the Force could somehow shield those who commanded it from the effect of both wafting chemicals and projected emotions. He wouldn't be surprised. To hear Jedi such as Barasofi and Jax talk, the Force could do just about anything, and Den had witnessed more than enough miracles carried out by its invocation not to doubt them. "Well, let's hope," he thought. Jax cleared his throat. "There's been a lot of investigation by the regime into the activities of the Whiplash lately. They're especially interested in how renegades, radicals, and other dissenters are managing to flee off-world. Getting someone out has become even more dangerous than usual." Den breathed a silent sigh of relief. He was glad to hear that, pheromone mist notwithstanding, his human friend was still thinking with his brain and not his glands. "So," Jax continued, "we'll have to be extra careful getting you and your companion Volette out, but one way or another we'll do it. I feel that we all owe it to the memory of the Kamasi." He smiled reassuringly at Deejah Dware, and the Zeltron smiled back. Den clapped a hand to his forehead and groaned. I-5 glanced at him. "Something wrong?" the droid asked. "Headache," Den muttered. He left the room. Ceylon. That was the word for it in the Salust tongue. It meant disquietude, a sensation of unrest, a troubled heart. It was a word that described with fair accuracy Dender's mental state these days. It was a state well justified, he felt. After all, he had lobbied for some time without success for all of them, even the Elumen, to hit the outer plenum and get off Coruscant immediately, if not sooner. Where they went wasn't as important as when. The whole idea was to put as much empty space as they could between them and Lord Vader, since it was entirely possible that the Emperor's sinister adjutant was still interested in the whereabouts of Jax Pavan. Den understood idealism, and had even been known to get a little choked up himself on occasion. He had no difficulty with Jax devoting himself to truth, justice, and the Jedi Code. He did, however, have a big problem with doing so under the very nose of one of the most dangerous individuals in the galaxy. And yet something was keeping Den on Coruscant. I-5. The protocol droid had accomplished a remarkable thing, Den reflected. The modified mechanical had become such a close friend that Den really couldn't imagine life without him. I-5 had told Den that if Den felt he had to leave Coruscant, the droid would go with him, even if Jax elected to stay. But I-5 had also promised the elder Pavan that he would watch over his son if Lorne died. The droid had taken this commitment very seriously, even though he had not been able to fulfill his former partner's request until Jax had become a grown man. Still, better late than never, and the droid's devotion to the task was intense, as if he intended to make up for those lost decades. So if put to the test, Would I-5 stay with Jax or go with Den? The Celestin wasn't sure he wanted to find out, and that was the crux of it. He, Dendur, crack reporter and professional cynic, had become as fond of I-5 as he might be of a sibling, though they engaged in constant and sometimes acrimonious verbal sparring. Den had forged a bond with the droid that was stronger than any he had formed with any organic sentient. Strong enough to keep him on a world he hated, or rather, in the part of that world he hated. The Coruscant underworld, the slums comprising the lower 50 or so levels, the narrow, twisted surface streets and ramps, and the caverns and warrens that honeycombed the subsurface in so many places. The proliferation of buildings over the centuries had reached such a congested state that the sun could hardly ever be seen, and when it was visible, its light was strained through a veil of low-lying hydrocarbon smog that turned it blood red, an overly blatant metaphor in Den's opinion, but nonetheless effective. It might seem strange to someone with only a passing familiarity with Celestins that Den should loathe the various underground neighborhoods so. After all, weren't his kind cave-dwellers? Hadn't they adapted over the millennia to a life underground? So what was the problem? In a word, squalor. Coruscant, or Imperial Center, to use the approved nomenclature, not that he had ever heard anyone other than stormtroopers, media casters, and government shills do so, for the most part did a good job of hiding its seamy underside. Tourists, visiting dignitaries, merchants, and other intermittent travelers had little opportunity and even less inclination to peer too long and deep into the dark abysses that occupied the spaces between the cloud cutters and sky towers. Visitors usually came to the planet to catch glimpses of holoproj glitterati, to spend more on one meal than the average Ugnaught laborer made in a standard year, to gamble away piles of credits the size of monads without a second thought. They certainly did not come to be reminded of the filth and desperation of the conveniently concealed, teeming masses who dwelled beneath the inversion layers that made many of the elegant, taller structures look like they were floating on clouds. They most emphatically did not want to know that immigrants in search of the shiny dream life that escaped them on their home worlds had been coming to Coruscant in droves since before the Clone Wars. Even though one of the first fiats, issued by Palpatine, had severely curtailed the flow, the Ecumenopolis still processed more visas in an hour than most worlds beyond the core systems did in a month. All those questing, hopeful, desperate, frantic beings had to live somewhere. Den was not speciesist. He had lived among too many different kinds of sentients to put any particular one above or below another. All he asked was to be left alone to go about his business. But it was hard sometimes not to feel alienated from the thousands of beings who endlessly roamed the congested streets. Alienated, and somewhat superior, given the lack of personal hygiene that frequently seemed to characterize them. Cave dwellers his kind might be, but it was absurd to compare the noctilucent beauty of an underground city like Pirin to these fetid warrens overrun with the dregs of every conceivable outworld society. The worst examples of Kubas, Rhodians, Ugnaughts, and myriad other species crowded the streets, the open-air markets and bazaars, the seedy entertainment districts, day and night, leaving, it often seemed, hardly room enough to breathe. It was a sad thing indeed when a Celestin found himself claustrophobic. And if all that weren't bad enough, there were the humans. Everywhere you looked, humans walked the narrow, twisting avenues or piloted ground in hovercraft as if they had the whole planet to themselves. Which they just might, and soon, if the worrying rumor that the reporter had recently heard carried the slightest bit of truth. It had come from a fairly reliable and reputable source, at least for this kind of thing. Renan. The dour element had told Den that a plan would soon be underway, if it had not already been implemented, to round up and quarantine as many non-humans as possible, segregating them from the human population. Den had found this hard to believe. Even though humans by far outnumbered all other individual species on Coruscant, they were hardly dominant in the aggregate. From Anzati to Zealoshan, humanoid and non-humanoid aliens made up the vast majority of the city planet's population. Trying to segregate them all from humans seemed to Den to be just asking for an uprising that would make the final struggles between the Republic and the Separatists look tame. And if that wasn't cause for Ceylon, he didn't know what was. 7. Jax could sense the subtle but insistent tug of Deejah Dware's pheromones, the chemical call to come to her aid, the plea to do whatever was needed to help her and her comrade leave the city planet. Before the urge could become strong enough to sway him, he invoked the Force, warming the air molecules around him ever so slightly to create an adiabatic shield that deflected the biochemical entreaty. It worked, of course. He could feel his full objectivity returning. He did not have to glance in Loranth's direction to know that she had resorted to the same tactic. He noticed that Deejah seemed slightly discomfited, as if she were aware that her aphrodisiacal scent was not having the desired effect. Jax thought none the less of her for trying it. It was natural for her to use everything in her physical and biochemical arsenal to persuade them to the greatest extent possible. Even though he had already agreed to help, she was just trying to finalize the deal. After the near-disastrous episode with Prince Shizor, he had made a point of learning which sentients in the galaxy utilized pheromones to influence emotions and behavior. It had allowed him to anticipate the Zeltron's effort. Forewarned was definitely forearmed in a situation like this. By the same token, he was not sure if her telepathic abilities were strong enough to project emotions into others' minds without their consent. But if such were the case, the Force would warn him of any attempts by Deejah to influence him that way as well. Well then, he ventured, politely pretending not to notice her uncertainty. Let's get started. He turned to the Eloman, who huddled in a seat in a dark corner of the room. Renan, you know who to contact at the ports. Start the process while I-5 and I go with Deejah to talk to her Kamasi friend. Loranth, you and Den. He paused, looking around. Hey, where is Den? Here, came the Celestian's voice as he stepped back into the room from the hallway. Just needed some air. There was something in his tone that didn't sound quite right to Jax. True, Den wasn't always the most enthusiastic of participants in their various undertakings, but if he had doubts about the advisability of taking on a client or a case, he also wasn't reticent about letting his comrades know where he stood. Probing in the Celestian's direction, Jax sensed dissatisfaction and annoyance. He couldn't tell what the source of the troubled emotions was, however, and didn't have time to probe deeper. Well, he told himself, if he's got a real problem, he'll mention it sooner or later. You and Loranth hit the streets, he told Den. You know what to look for. Right. Den sighed. Again he sounded uncharacteristically glum. Typically, Loranth said nothing, just nodded once and headed for the exit. Den trailed in her wake. Jax glanced at I-5 as he and the droid accompanied Deejah out to her skimmer. Hard to tell what the droid might be thinking about Den's moodiness. Although I-5 was extremely good at simulating emotions and thoughts by subtly manipulating the angle and intensity of his photoreceptors, as well as uncannily mimicking human body language, his ability to project nuance and subtext could extend only so far. According to the Jedi's chrono, it was just after sunset. For the most part, the surface streets were already dark. Although the street sconces were designed to work for centuries, many had been in place for millennia, and had either burned out, been broken, or been stolen. Most of what illumination there was came from glow rods carried by pedestrians, or from fires in refuse barrels. So much for the spread of advanced technology, he thought. While the streets were dark, they certainly weren't quiet. The constant babble of thousands of beings, speaking hundreds of languages, patois, pidgin, and favored dialects, blended together to create a rich basilect brew. Chian, Duris, Bachi, Hapan, and multiphonic other voices not only made it impossible for Jax to hear himself think, it sometimes made it impossible even to be certain in which tongue he was trying to think. Deejah Dware's skimmer had been parked 3 meters above the street where it hovered, waiting for the return of its owner. Employing a secure remote, she brought it down within reach. The vehicle was an F-57 Nucleon, with inertial stabilizers and a Class 3 repulsor lift drive. Its design was charmingly retro, with sweeping tail fins, a forward cab, and a one-piece windscreen. It was a deep maroon in color, accented with sweeping lines of chrome. Deejah looked like she had been born to fly it. Jax was properly impressed. It wasn't often one encountered a vehicle that had been tinted to match its owner. Her navcomp found an insertion point in one of the traffic streams, and she took the vehicle up at the steepest angle allowed. They re-entered the flow at level 75, just below the cloud layer. 15 minutes later, the skimmer was nestling neatly into a parking pod near the upper floors of an expensive resiplex. "Does he know we're coming?" I-5's sensors were alert as they entered the building. The gleaming metallic walls of the lobby were lit with subtle chromatics, providing an ambience of understated elegance. Jax was abruptly very much aware of the shabbiness of his apparel. The boots, trousers, bloused shirt, and sleeveless fleek-skin vest, which had been exactly right to blend in with the riffraff down level, here looked distinctly out of place. He shrugged. So much for keeping a low profile. He felt nervous, on edge. The Force was trying to tell him that something wasn't right. Something bad had happened in this building not long ago. But just as the Force could be incredibly explicit with the visions and portents it sometimes granted, so too it could be maddeningly vague and inchoate. And this was one of the latter times. "No," Deejah said, answering the droid's question. "I tried to calm him, but there was no answer." Jax looked at her. "You don't sound very worried about your partner." She smiled thinly back at him as they walked. "That's because Vess is frequently incommunicado. When he doesn't reply, I assume he's working. He always works obsessively when he's upset. It's his way of dealing with it. And," she finished, "sometimes the result is his best art." They traversed a length of corridor, at the end of which was a portal to a resicube. As she put her palm on the identifier plate, Deejah continued. "He'll be in his studio. It's in the rear of the—" She didn't finish the sentence. Instead, as the door slid open and she looked inside, she screamed. The cube's interior was cream, pearl, and ivory, the furniture and finishings, all in shades of white, which made the bloodstains on the carpet next to Vess Volette's body stand out in stark and brilliant scarlet. Prefect Paul House of the Sector Police was a Zabrak, a short and somewhat stocky humanoid whose stubby horns rose from his skull in an untidy arrangement with no discernible growth pattern. This undisciplined look was not confined to his head. House was a disreputable-looking specimen from head to toe. His rank was high enough that he no longer needed to wear a uniform, and his attire looked like it had been custom-tailored by a palsy-stricken Doug. Over his clothes he wore a duster afflicted with a profusion of pockets. These seemed able to produce just about anything necessary for investigating a crime scene. He sported no ritual tattoos, another rarity for a Zabrak, and his skin was an unhealthy hue that bespoke a persistent lack of exposure to natural light. Watching the prefect as he went about his business, Jax didn't buy into the veneer of disorganization. One did not get to be an official in the planetary police by being lazy, slovenly, or both. The fact that House paid so little attention to his appearance suggested that he didn't have to. That was significant. The fact that Sector Command had sent somebody of his rank to investigate wasn't a good sign either. Prefects didn't leave the station to personally check out routine homicides. Such unpleasantness was normally left to underlings. Jax and his companions were in the hall outside the cube. The murder scene itself was swarming with forensic droids, large and small, which were recording and cataloging everything in sight. Jax had some knowledge of the procedure. Everything that a killer might have come into contact with would be scanned and recorded down to the molecular level. Any conceivable trace evidence would be picked up, ranging from the obvious, fingerprints, hair, skin cells, and the like, to the not-so-obvious, such as thermal traces and any remnants of exhaled gases. You could tell a lot about a being if you knew the percentage of carbon dioxide he breathed out. It was a very careful killer who did not leave behind some trace of him or her or itself behind. Jax watched the forensics droids going about their business, admiring their efficiency. The smaller units hovered on repulsor lifts a few centimeters above the carpet so as to avoid trampling its fibers with their shuffling gaits. He was impressed with their speed and thoroughness. Impressed and more than a bit apprehensive. They were the epitome of professionalism, and the last thing he wanted was to have that vaunted clarity, that merciless, illuminating glare, turned upon himself and his cohorts. Having concluded his cursory inspection of the room, the police prefect emerged to study those waiting outside. Jax could feel the official's disapproval. The biolight source in the hallway ceiling was on the verge of final decay, and the illumination had grown unreasonably bright, like that of a star just before its death throes. The unit cast hard-edged shadows instead of bathing everything within its purview in a normal, soft, diffuse glow. It gave the scene a stark, alien quality. Beneath it, even the beauteous, if distraught, Deejah looked cold. House coughed softly. "Did any of you touch anything other than the door plate?" Jax answered for the three of them. "Nope." The prefect looked skeptical. "Not even the corpse, to see if he was still alive?" He looked at Deejah, who was sitting in a small hover chair with a blanket draped over her shoulders. He was your partner, and you didn't bother to check his vitals?" Jax felt a small stab of irritation. While it was the prefect's job to ask questions, this one had been answered already. He was tempted to wonder aloud which part of no the Zabrak didn't understand, but he held his irritation in check. It was seldom a good idea to give in to easy emotion, especially when being questioned in a homicide. Keeping his tone carefully neutral, he responded for Deejah. "There was no need, Prefect. It was apparent he was dead." House wore studied indifference like a mask. "You could tell that from across the room?" "I could tell," Deejah mumbled lifelessly. "He had the death reek on him." Not even the prefect saw fit to question this. A Zeltron could easily detect the scent of epinephrine and fear pheromones in the room, as well as the lack of empathic vibes from her erstwhile comrade. And the Force had made it unequivocally clear to Jax the moment the door had opened that the sculptor Volette was dead. But it wouldn't be even a remotely good idea to let House know that. I-5 said, "Judging from the size of the bloodstain on the carpet, Prefect House, the proportions of the body, and the depth of the stab wound that killed him, the probability of him being anything other than dead was close to zero." House regarded I-5. "So now a protocol droid is offering me advice on what questions to ask? Had a lot of experience with murder victims, have you?" I-5 was less than intimidated. "During the Clone Wars, I was posted at a medical rimsu in a planetary war zone. I regret to say that my experience with organic exsanguination is rather more extensive than I would wish. Given the extent of the bloodstain and the thickness and easily discernible absorptive capacity of the carpet, a simple mathematical computation can determine the quantity of liquid necessary to provide such dispersal. The average humanoid adult has a blood volume of approximately 4.9 liters, of which 2.7 liters is plasma. Humanoid survival with an untreated Class 4 blood loss, that is greater than 40% of total volume, is unlikely for more than a few minutes. The amount of blood soaked into this carpet is, I estimate, nearly 3 liters. Even if the deceased had recently spent some months at an altitude sufficient to have radically thickened his blood, his red cell count could not be sufficient to allow survival with such a volumetric loss. Quite easy to see from across the room." I-5's tone was dry and matter-of-fact, but Jax caught the underlying sarcasm. He resisted the urge to smile. The prefect looked at the droid, then at Jax. "You program this smart-mouth machine?" Jax shook his head. "He came that way." House made a rude, decidedly unprofessional sound. "Might want to have his head popped and a more polite template installed. Not all police are as easygoing as me." He turned back to the inconsolable Deejah. "So let me see if I have this right. The deceased was the Kamasi light sculptor Volette, your partner. You were worried about his safety and your own, and thus engaged this guy." He nodded at Jax. "For protection." "This guy" came out sounding quite a bit like "this amateur" to Jax. He silently counted to 10, first in basic and again in Ugnaught Pidgin. It was amazing the places and times where Jedi training could be put to use. It was not really a question, but Deejah nodded assent. Before the Cools had arrived, Jax had warned her about mentioning anything to do with fleeing the planet. The prefect turned to Jax. And it's your business to routinely provide this kind of security service? The hard-edged light illuminating the hall flickered. A quick ghostly strobe, before shining even brighter than before. The scene became sharper, almost crystalline. The unit was definitely on the verge of critical failure, Jax decided. That's right, he said to House. I'm licensed to do so. It's a new classification, confidential fact finder, non-profit. So the records seem to say. I have your time of arrival, and my docbot says the victim has been dead for 2 hours and 15 minutes, give or take a few. I'll need statements from you as to where each of you was at that time. Jax nodded, glad of the opportunity to agree. Of course. The Zabrak looked at Deejah again. If you were worried that somebody might make an attempt to kill you or your partner, why didn't you call the proper authorities? She turned slightly and looked at the officer. The angle put half her face in deep shadow. Vess's homeworld was recently destroyed by what rumor suggests was an action by the proper authorities. With all due respect to you personally, Prefect, my companion had reason not to trust anybody who represents the Empire in any form. Nor do I. House turned contemplative. I've heard about what happened to Kamasi, of course. Everyone has. But it was a military action. His tone sharpened. The Imperial Sector Police is not political. Really? Her words emerged, steeped in bitterness. Somebody should tell that to the Vassarian students at Imperial City University. The prefect had the good grace to look embarrassed. That incident was an aberration. As within any large organization, there are, unfortunately, rogue elements. The Centurion in charge of the unit in question was arrested and is awaiting trial. I'm sure that makes the parents of the dead students feel much better. House made a dismissive gesture. An officer will take your statements and will provide you two with locator rings. He gestured at I-5. And a locator plug will be flashed to your smart-mouth droid. Stay dirtside. We'll call you when we need to speak again. He turned away, dismissing them as thoroughly as he would have any inorganic piece of evidence, which was fine with Jax. He was perfectly content to be treated as part of the scenery. A police droid rolled up. This way, citizens. Jax sighed. Hardly a great way to start one's day. Hired to save a pair of clients, only to have one die before they even got to him. Now they were, at best, witnesses to the scene. At worst, possible suspects. Affixed with police locator rings that could not be easily removed, they weren't likely to be leaving the planet any time soon. Jax didn't much like the idea of the Cools turning over the rocks under which he and his cohorts liked to operate. But that was going to happen now, whether he wanted it to or not. The best option for him and his friends was to figure out who killed the sculptor and present House with that information before the police came across something embarrassing or illegal, and there was plenty of both for them to find. Jax knew that a truth scan required more than just suspicion of irregularity, which was why House hadn't ordered one on the spot. Also, the Cools were not supposed to ask questions during a scan that touched on activities outside the direct scope of the crime under investigation, but such rules were seldom strictly enforced, particularly down-level, and it wouldn't be the first time the authorities dug a bit deeper than allowed just to see what was there. A truth scan would prove that neither he nor Deejah had killed the sculptor, but there were plenty of other things Jax did not want brought to light. The Force could keep such things hidden, but if they pushed a scan too hard, he might suffer memory damage, or worse. A Jedi Master could resist a truth scan in his sleep, but Jax knew his abilities did not begin to approach such a degree of control. In short, the sooner the Cools wrapped this up and went on to other crimes, the better for Jax and company. If House and his men didn't find the killer immediately, then Jax had better do so. Otherwise, he and Laurent and the others would have the police in their hair until doomsday. Aurra Sing exited the spaceport, having made her passage through customs and immigration with no trouble. The passport chip issued her by Lord Vader guaranteed her prime civilian immunity status, the highest protection accorded someone who was neither in the military nor a member of royalty. She took a drop tube down 3 levels to the commuter pad, where a chauffeured sky limo awaited her. As soon as she had boarded, it angled directly up into the highest traffic stratum, a rarefied lane reserved for governmental traffic only. It had been some time since Sing had been on Coruscant, now Imperial Center, and she marveled at how quickly and thoroughly the destruction inflicted by the separatist carpet bombing had been either repaired or simply hidden from view. Rebuilding was still going on apace. From her privileged position above the general traffic flow, she could see near the horizon one of the huge construction droids. As tall as a 40-story building, it was methodically masticating its way through a swath of condemned structures. She knew that the resulting rubble would be ground up and separated into component elements, to be reassembled by millions of nanodroids deep in the giant's metal and composite guts. The result would be excreted as pliable new material, to be reshaped into whatever forms the architects and city planners decreed. It was an impressive example of the power and achievements of the Empire. She did not spend too much time contemplating such things, however. Her focus was on learning one thing: whom she would have to hunt. After all, one did not secure the release from prison of one of the galaxy's most feared and formidable bounty hunters in order to have floral arrangements designed. For almost as long as Aurra Sing could remember, it had been the thrill of the hunt that had kept her alive, that had given her a reason to progress from one day to the next. It was only when she relied solely on her own skills, her superb reflexes and unique training, that she felt anything even approaching a level of personal comfort. She had relied on nothing else for so long. One of her earliest memories, from before she had even been capable of walking, was of her spice-addicted mother carrying her down the narrow, twisted, garbage-strewn streets of Nar Shaddaa. Being held safely in her mother's arms, she remembered it as being one of the very few times she had felt anything approaching security. The moment even approached that emotional state others called happiness. For Aurra Sing, happiness remained as much theory and speculation as the origin of the universe. That special, long-ago moment had seemed as if it would go on forever, until Onuana, desperate for spice, had dropped her child to the slimy, wet pavement as she raced to meet her dealer. Left behind, forgotten, a lump of organic trash abandoned on the pavement, the child who would become Aurra Sing had cried alone for hours in terror and pain. Eventually, emotionally and physically exhausted, she had crept beneath some stinking rags at the side of the lane. There she had lain, whimpering. It had been nearly dawn before Onuana's dust-besotted brain had cleared enough for her to remember her abandoned child, and another hour before she managed to locate her. Sing shook her head slightly, the movement amounting to little more than a twitch of irritation. As a neglected child, she had felt terrified and alone on countless occasions. As an adult, she had turned such memories into a perverse kind of gratitude. Without knowing it, and certainly without intending to, the addict, Onuana, had taught her youngling the basic lesson of survival, and taught it well. Trust no one, and look to no one but yourself for survival. Sing studied the endless streams of aerial traffic flowing below her. Vehicles crisscrossed, sank, and rose in a complex three-dimensional dance that, thanks to omnipresent navigational and speed control nodes, hardly ever resulted in a crash or spatial gridlock. It really didn't matter who her designated target would be: a Sakian warrior bound on redeeming his clan's honor, a Weequay on a blood quest, a John-Uul in a scalp-taking fury. Nothing could be more debilitating than feeling her lungs being eaten away by xenium dust in the stone guts of a forgotten planetoid. Nothing. She leaned back into the soft luxury of the limo's seat, literal as well as metaphorical, parsecs away from her former quarters, and smiled to herself. Expecting to be taken to Imperial City for her meeting with Vader, she was somewhat surprised when the Sky Limo suddenly dipped down and exited the VIP lane without a government building in sight. The powerful craft went into a steep descent that plunged into a narrow abyss between equatorial cloud cutters. Overhead, it was early afternoon, with the sun still halfway between zenith and horizon. Down where she was being taken, it was night. Down here, she knew it was always night. The unmarked limo came to a stop, hovering half a meter above a narrow, trash-strewn street. On either side, cyclopean towers rose from massive foundations sunk deep into the planet's crust, their flanks vanishing into the mist and gloom above. Her surroundings were eerily familiar. It was almost as if, after all these decades, she were back on Nar Shaddaa. She saw no entrances or windows, and no signs of habitation. In fact, there was no indication of life at all, not even any vehicle or pedestrian traffic. She stepped from the limo, which rose to hover perhaps a dozen meters overhead. The fire-blackened, gutted husk of a land speeder rested where it had no doubt crashed against a huge ferrocrete block that formed part of a sky tower's foundation. Save for the almost inaudible thrum of the limo's repulsors, the silence was complete. No, she realized, not complete. There was another sound. A sound she had never heard before, yet one that struck her as oddly familiar. A regular, measured susurration, growing gradually louder. Whipping her lightsaber from its hook and activating it in a single movement, she whirled. The red glow of the shaft illuminated an alcove in the base of the building closest to her, and illuminated as well the tall, black-clad figure that emerged from it. Before she could determine whether his intentions were malign or benign, he extended one black-gloved hand toward her. Her lightsaber leapt from her grasp, its fire extinguishing as it did so. It flew across the intervening space and slapped into Vader's hand. He had been quick enough and powerful enough to take her primary weapon from her before she had even realized she was in danger of losing it. A striking display of mastery over the Force, Sing had to admit to herself. But surely he didn't consider her helpless just because he had relieved her of one part of her arsenal. As she dropped into a low fighting crouch, both hands seized the twin Rukarat knives secured at her waist. Her blasters would be futile, she knew. He could easily deflect the bolts with the lightsaber. Her only chance was to do the unexpected, and that meant getting in close enough for blade work. Forged by Alwari smiths in the jungles of Ancien, the knives were designed to be hidden in plain sight as part of the complex intaglio carved into her belt. 4 rings allowed 4 fingers an unbreakable grip on each, and she had never let go before until the blades had finished their work. Instead of following up his first move with a direct assault, however, Vader did something completely unexpected. He just stood there, ignoring her as casually as if she didn't exist. As she stared, he inspected her lightsaber thoughtfully. Then, holding it out at arm's length, he reactivated it. The crimson spire of destructive energy pointed straight up from his gloved fist. At first, nothing seemed to be happening. Then Sing realized that the shaft was getting brighter. Its brilliance intensified until she had to raise a hand to shield her eyes from the all but blinding scarlet radiance. The refulgence dazzled her eyes, overwhelming everything else, the street, the buildings, the wrecked land speeder. Only Vader remained somehow visible, standing there holding the weapon easily, seemingly unaffected by the blade's terrible radiance. The familiar deep hum that was the weapon's identifying sound rose in pitch higher and higher until it tore at her hearing. And then in a final burst of screaming incandescence, the lightsaber's shaft vanished. Sing stared in sheer disbelief. Her eyes were capable of adapting much more rapidly to changes in ambient light than were a human's. A couple of blinks and the after-images cleared, normal vision returning almost immediately. Vader stood motionless, the weapon's hilt still gripped in his outstretched fist. She could see a tiny wisp of smoke curling from the emitter. He had overloaded the lightsaber's energy crystal through the Force. Sing prided herself on her knowledge of weaponry and their individual strengths and weaknesses. It was her profession, after all. But she had never seen or heard of such a thing before. The Dark Lord opened his hand. Reduced to a cylinder of useless metal composites and components, the now harmless weapon clattered onto the pavement.
"As I told you back on Uvo 4, he said, "I have a job for you. Take up a weapon against me again, even reflexively, and I'll have you on the next prison barge off-world. Do I make myself clear?"
Slowly Sing returned the knives to her belt, folded her arms, and regarded him levelly. "I'm listening," she said. The cul-de-sac known as Polota Place was one of the few locations down level that still retained a glimmer of respectability. The buildings, Rococo resi-blocks for the most part, were packed close together. What narrow, winding passageways once connected the plaza with the rest of the underground had long ago been mortared up or otherwise sealed off. The only means of ingress or egress was a serpentine lane with the picturesque, not to mention evocative, name of Snowblind Mews. Den had wondered more than once how it had come to be named that, since snow had not fallen anywhere on Coruscant, save in recreational areas specified by WeatherNet, for many thousands of years. Due to the combination of cheap rent, spacious living areas, and a spurious sense of safety, Polota Place had acquired something of a reputation as an artist's colony. It was here, over 20 years earlier, that the novelist Kai Konnek had written his award-winning tale, Beach of Stars. The Fondorian composer Matrice had crafted his famous Etudes of Time and Space while sojourning there. And the notoriously decadent Twi'lek dream dancer, Nar Chan, had held her infamous week-long bacchanals in the court. Those were indeed the days, Den reflected, hurrying to keep up with Loranth as she crossed the flagstones and made her way through the exit. "Slow down," he complained. "Not every species has grotesquely long legs, you know." The Twi'lek glanced back over her shoulder without slowing her pace. "Then stretch yours." Swearing under his breath, Den broke into a trot. "I gotta tell you," he muttered as he caught up to her, "this whole Fatale Femme thing is getting old. You know you're hard, I know you're hard. Anyone around you for more than 5 minutes who doesn't know that you're hard isn't operating in the same sensory framework. So, as a personal favor, why don't you lighten up?" Loranth halted sharply and looked down at him. "What makes you think I have a choice?" This was not the response Dan had expected. Not that he had any particular rejoinder in mind. He came to a stop as well, thankful for the respite. Gazing up at the unsmiling Twi'lek paladin, he observed how the various krypton, argon, and neon spectra from a nearby floating advert sphere shone off the glossy scar tissue of her face. He noticed as well something he hadn't seen before in her eyes. Instead of the usual bleak mixture of determination and resignation, Den was surprised to see a flash of hurt. Hurt and an infinite weariness. It vanished quickly, so quickly that anyone else might have wondered if there had really been anything there at all, but Den was, above all, a reporter, and he trusted his perception. Not every insight came through utilization of the Force. He knew he had just gotten a glimpse of some very real and very old scars. "Sorry," he mumbled, abashed. "Didn't mean to," she interrupted him with a shrug as she turned away. "Forget it." She was in motion again, strong legs striding. After a moment, he followed. As he hurried to keep up with her, he found himself turning over in his mind what he knew about Loranth Tarek. There wasn't much. He knew that she had been a Grey Paladin, a member of the renegade group that had splintered from the Jedi mainstream. He didn't know much about them, save that they were dedicated to the Jedi Code, but considerably more militaristic than the Order itself. Since the Jedi Knights weren't exactly mantra-chanting pacifists to begin with, this suggested that the Grey Paladins were capable of some serious butt-kicking. Den knew this to be true from experience, and not just anecdote, as he'd had the privilege of seeing Loranth in action. The Twi'lek's weapons of choice were the twin DL-44 blasters he had rarely seen her without, and her skill and accuracy with them were uncanny. Aided by the Force, she was good enough to block enemy fire with her own blasts. It was not quite the same as parrying shots with a lightsaber, but it was still impressive. That was pretty much all he knew about the Grey Paladins. Little as it was more than he knew about Loranth herself. This despite the occasional research he had carried out, employing his repertorial skills. Loranth Tarak had dropped off the grid of the knowable a long time ago. He knew that she and Jax had first encountered each other during the slaughter of innocents known as Flame Night, a nocturnal massacre of Force sensitives designed to rid the Empire of potential future threats, as well as to draw any remaining Jedi out of hiding. It had been one of the first actions taken by the newly formed Inquisitorius. By the standards of that formidable and menacing body, the operation had been a great success, winning high praise from the Emperor himself. By combining forces, Jax and Loranth had managed to barely escape from the ambush, although Loranth had not emerged unscathed. Den didn't know if the Paladin's grim nature had always been a part of her personality, or if it had been annealed that night by the blaster fire that had truncated a Lekku and seared one side of her face. It didn't really matter. Whoever Loranth Tarak had been before had been thoroughly purged by the horrors of Flame Night. Inquisitors, those truth officers steeped in the dark side, still prowled the multifarious sectors of Imperial Center, albeit in fewer numbers. The majority of them had been dispatched to the Outer Rim territories and similar galactic back planets to sniff out illegal Force activity. But the ones who remained were still to be feared. Den had heard that some were capable of isolating a lone, Force-sensitive, nascent or otherwise, out of a population of millions. The chances of discovery were still astronomically slim. Nevertheless, the Celestians sweated every time Jax or Loranth made use of the Force. Loranth had never been deliberately unkind to him. But even though she had saved his life on more than one occasion, Den still at times felt a small knot of uneasiness in his gut whenever he had to deal with her. She was so unremittingly gloomy. Not once could he recall seeing her smile. Probably a good thing, he thought. Might crack that scar tissue wide open. In any event, now was not the time to be wondering about Loranth's past. Jax had given them an assignment, which was to check the availability of possible UML routes and determine the quickest and safest way to get the Kamasi and his girlfriend off-world. For unavoidable security reasons, this had to be done in person, and not via electronic means of communication that could be intercepted or traced. There were a number of Whiplash Outpost agents in this sector. Each of these operatives was assigned to a certain section of a route. None knew any of the others. All operated on a strict need-to-know basis, and the order in which they were approached was chosen at random. "So, who's up in rotation this time?" he asked Loranth. She hesitated a moment, then said, "The Cephalon." Den smacked a hand to his forehead. "Sweet Sookie's maiden aunt," he groaned. "Do we have to deal with that thing again? They, I don't even know what pronoun to use, but it gives me the creeps." "I sympathize," Loranth replied, "but that's who we're seeing. Come on, let's get it over with." She increased her pace, striding swiftly down the litter-strewn street that was becoming more crowded as the day progressed. Den groaned again and hurried after. "I don't suppose it would do any good to say that I've got a bad feeling about this?" "Consider it indigestion," she replied curtly, "and deal with it." 8. There were in the galaxy two main types of intelligence, chordate and ganglionic. Evolution, by panspermic and convergent means, had mandated that the vast majority of sentient beings be of the former design, creatures with a rod of cartilage or bone running the length of their bodies from which a skeleton could be hung, and atop which a lump of cortical tissue could, in some cases, eventually grow into a self-aware brain. There were exceptions, of course. The Hutts, for example, were essentially giant invertebrate mollusks, their decentralized brains composed of billions of concatenated subneural chains integrated into their flesh. For the most part, however, intelligence had evolved through building notochords and parking gray matter atop them. This generally resulted in one consciousness per body, which seemed to Den a sensible way to arrange things. Ganglionic intelligence was quite different. Most thought the term referred to a collective sentience, or hive mind, the sum of many individual brains working in concert toward a common end, such as the Bafor trees of Ifor, or the bivalves of Mon Calamari's knowledge bank. Den had thought so as well, until I-5 had set him straight. What you're thinking of is symbiotic intelligence, aggregated consciousness. Ganglionic intelligence is another thing entirely. Almost the opposite, in fact. It's compartmentalized consciousness. Try to envision your arms and legs having minds of their own, as the saying goes. Den tried to imagine such a thing, and failed utterly. It makes no sense, he argued. Actually, it's even worse than that. It makes anti-sense. I-5 sighed. He was capable of giving the sound a remarkably human resonance, given that he didn't breathe and had to synthesize it mechanically. Take my word for it, then. I guess I'll have to. So you're saying that this... What do they call themselves again? They don't. Humans and other species usually refer to them as cephalons, which just means head in Old Speak Basic. They see no need for names, as their consciousness apparently exists in and perceives 4 dimensions. That sounds like a cosmic non sequitur to me, Den said. But setting that aside, the droid anticipated his next question. They see time the way we see space. I-5 projected the near infinite patience of a parent trying to explain a difficult concept to a child. The theory is that they're not limited to a linear, one-way perception of time, as most sentients are. They perceive temporal events the same way you're cognizant of items in spatial relation to where you are. See that land speeder parked behind you? Den looked behind him. Yes. Call it the past. The Celestin frowned. Why? Because it's behind you. See that trash bin ahead of you? That's the future. For you, maybe. I try to be more optimistic. How fortunate for me my chassis is made of sealed metal. Otherwise I might split my sides from laughter. I-5 took Den by the shoulders and turned him around. Work with me on this. He pointed at the land speeder. Now, that's the future, and the trash bin is the past. See? They conceptualize space and time as a 4-dimensional hypermanifold. Simple, really. Why do you hate me? The Celestin had tried to wrap his head around it. He really had. But it was just too bizarre. The Cephalon was easily the most alien of alien beings he had ever encountered. And for someone who had spent as much time as he had in a frontline Rimsu, seeing in a week more xenomorphs, both inside and out, than most people did in a year, that was saying something. But there did seem to be one small plot of common ground, and that was the Cephalon's willingness to aid other beings in escaping repression, which meant that every now and then it had to be dealt with. But that didn't mean Den had to like it. Such a pathetic state of affairs, Hanunum Tikrinan told himself. How sad that he had come to this lowly state. It was undignified enough to be dependent on a human benefactor such as Jax Pavan, but it was much, much worse to actually be envious of him. His both, an element concept largely untranslatable in BASIC, indicating a combination of unshakable poise, brazen effrontery, and a touch of aloof amusement, which had once encased his soul in impenetrable armor, now hung in tatters. He had no individual future, no course, no star by which to steer. He had been cast down. No, it was worse than that. He had cast himself down. It hadn't always been thus. Once, not long ago, Renan had been puissant indeed. His word had been powerful enough to open doors and to close them as well, locking away behind them the enemies of his master. Perhaps it was true enough what his critics had said, that he had held no real power of his own, but instead had been merely a pale reflection of his master's glory, like a planet throwing back the light of its star. Perhaps. But there were worlds that reflected the dim ruddiness of red dwarfs, and there were worlds that reflected the blinding azure of giant blue-white stellar furnaces. And save for Palpatine himself, no star burned more brightly in the firmament of the Empire than that of Lord Darth Vader. It had been a heady draught of power at first. Renan had been Vader's aide-de-camp, his personal adjutant and factotum, and as such the flail the element had swung had been heavy. Given such a position, one could ask with perfect justification why he had sought exile voluntarily. On the surface of it, he had had a most excellent motivation: survival. His master had at last run the rogue Jedi Pavan to ground, it was true. Unfortunately, that location had also been ground zero for an imminent overload, initiated by Pavan in an underground reactor in the factory works, that grim, Antipodean, no-beings land populated solely by feral droids. The Imperial Lambda-class shuttle's stabilizer vanes had been disabled by Pavan's light whip, whereupon the element had acted out of sheer instinct, for perhaps the only time in his otherwise wholly rational life. He had abandoned the unairworthy ship, and in so doing, abandoned his lord and master as well. As a consequence, he had been left with little choice but to throw in his lot with Pavan and his group of motley companions. Such disloyalty to the Empire could not be forgiven, even if his only alternative had been being reduced to a wisp of radioactive gas drifting forlornly across the devastated landscape. His plight might not have been so bad, his eventual fate not as certain, had Vader been transformed into free-floating ions like the rest of the Lambda's crew. But Renan had seen the telltale footage captured by the Far Ranger's rear cameras, the instant in which a life pod had jettisoned from the shuttle at maximum speed. He hadn't needed the calculations quickly performed by I-5, which had given the occupant of that life pod a 1 in 8 chance of escaping the immediate area and finding adequate shelter among the deserted, protective husks of buildings farther from the blast site. The odds, the droid had hypothesized, would be improved to an unknown degree should the pod's passenger happen to be a master of the Force. Renan had believed then what he knew now to be true, that this was precisely what had happened. After all, this was Darth Vader. The monster was all but indestructible. Of that Renan was convinced, and knew he was far from alone in his judgment, because in addition to his augmented strength and reflexes, Vader seemed to be more powerful than anyone in that most mysterious and wonderful of intangibles, the Force. The Force captivated Renan. He had devoured every scrap of information on it he could find. No easy feat, given Emperor Palpatine's galactic ban on any and all hard data concerning the Force. After years of cautious study, the fascinated Eloman still had little idea of what it truly was. Most savants dismissed it out of hand, calling it a legend, a myth, a throwback to the sort of primitive religions that thankfully had all but died out in this modern, more enlightened era. Of course, none of them had felt an invisible noose tighten around their necks in concert with Vader's slowly contracting fist. But Renan had, and he knew that, whatever else it might be, the Force was no myth. According to the lore, both ancient and modern, that he had assimilated, the Force was a form of energy that could be controlled and manipulated by conscious will. There were two theories as to how this was possible, which Renan felt were not necessarily mutually exclusive. One was that the ability to access the Force was based on a kind of apperception precipitated and augmented by endosymbiotic cellular organelles called midichlorians. The other theory held that the Force itself somehow brought into being those same midichlorians in order to facilitate its connection and thus manifest itself to varying degrees of potency in various species and individuals. There was also evidence that it was hereditary, although a wide gene pool seemed to be required for it to flourish. Nick Rostu, a native of Harun Kal, was supposedly descended, along with all the other Coruscant, from a seed population of Jedi shipwrecked there centuries ago. Yet that soldier's connection with the Force had been weak. It would seem that midichlorians and their resulting Force manifestation did not increase their potency through inbreeding. With great caution and stealth, Renan had recently arranged to have his own midichlorian count tested. The results, carefully shunted and sliced through a plethora of servers and screens around the galactic information hyperlane, had at last come into his possession. As he had suspected, the number was pitifully low, a mere 2,000 per cell on average. No one with such a low reading would ever feel the force flowing through them. Although this merely confirmed his suspicions, he still found it disappointing. Renan sighed, his nose tusks vibrating in high C. He had reluctantly come to the conclusion that he had spent enough time on this quixotic quest for his own mastery of the Force. Better to concentrate on the far more mundane, but realizable task at hand. He was supposed to be searching for lightsaber components. Trying to be something he was not was utter foolishness, and unworthy of whatever meager pride he had left. He gestured at the holoproj, intending to change sources, when he noticed a blinking node signifying a datum of possible interest that fell within his search parameters. It was dated nearly 20 standard years ago, and appeared to be a transmission from one of the outlying planetary fronts during the waning years of the Clone Wars. An odd sort of communication to stumble across. Intrigued, he investigated further. Careful probing revealed what likely had been an obvious attempt to scour the item from the databanks, because it existed now only as an end-state echo, a digital reverberation of the original. 20 years of quantum flux had resulted in considerable degradation, but Renan was an excellent slicer. With patience and skill, he extracted what data he could from the various shells. Interesting. What he had found appeared to be a report from the world of Drongar, composed by the Jedi Padawan Barriss Offee to her master, Luminara Unduli, concerning a native adaptogenic plant called Bota. The Jedi Offee had apparently, whether by accident or design was not clear, taken an injection of the plant's distillate. The result apparently was a considerable increase in the Force's potency within her. Offee went on to say that she was sending a vial of Bota serum to the temple for further research. How this was to be accomplished was too corrupted for Renan to decipher. Her report went on to note that the plant's effects were opportunistic and varied widely from species to species. Given the potential ramifications of her discovery, she strongly recommended that Renan's frustration knew no bounds. Despite his best efforts, the rest of the message proved unreadable. He felt his ear hairs quivering with excitement. While by no means certain, could this forgotten discovery by a now-deceased Jedi be the magic slug that might enable him to experience the Force? He had of course heard of Barriss Offee and Drongar. Den-Dur and I-5 had spoken often of their sojourn on that pestiferous jungle world, as well as of their comrades in arms there. He could not recall hearing them mention anything about plant derivatives, much less Bota distillate, but surely there should be a way to find out more about it. He would have to be circumspect in his seeking, he knew. He had observed that Jedi were protective of their connection to the Force. If Offee's finding was authentic, and if Pavan and Tarak were at all familiar with it, they would no doubt be reluctant to share such information, especially with someone not of their clique. Hananum Tik Renan was not a foolish or reckless being. Proof of this lay in his continued survival despite the often threatening circumstances in which he found himself. He would proceed cautiously. And if it was true, if this reputed botanical enhancement could still be found, and if it could somehow facilitate a connection between him and the Force, well then, those who had taken advantage of his new miserable station in life would have ample cause to regret it. 9. Night had overtaken much of Imperial Center by the time Typho came to the reluctant conclusion that his search through the ruins of the Jedi Temple had been futile. The vast repositories of the library had been stripped of most archival material, electronic as well as physical. No matter how skillful and experienced a slicer he was, what remained was still far too much for one being to sift through. The library wing had once been the repository for 1,000 worlds, histories, cultures, bestiaries, and countless other data. What was left had been thoroughly disrupted by wave after wave of barbaric vandalism and looting. Entire files, together with their multiple backups, had been defaced or deleted, seemingly for the sheer pleasure of the destruction. He realized he would find nothing here to aid him in his quest. He was standing in what had once been a long, curving corridor lined with different forms of information storage, data sticks, memory chips, holoproj activators, and even a few ancient records created by layering dark images on dried plant pulp. He was holding a data stick in his hand. Its contents had been scrambled, so that anyone attempting to read the contents would find themselves presented with gibberish. Angry, he hurled it to the tessellated floor. It shattered with a flash of light as the residual electron storage lattice disintegrated, sounding in the stillness like a glass globe being crunched underfoot. Pointless. Hopeless. He could easily spend a year or more searching the remnants of this one ruined library. It would take him the rest of his life to investigate the cubic kilometer of buildings, streets, stores, and various other institutions that surrounded him and had been associated with the Order. Was it really worth it? Unbidden, the image of Padme's face rose before him, soft, sensual, intelligent, and caring. Yes, he told himself. Yes, it was worth it. He was prepared to sacrifice his life. He could certainly sacrifice his time. He knew what his next step had to be, the next question that had to be answered. Had Anakin Skywalker, who had been the last person to see Padme alive, and thus topped his suspect list, really died on Mustafar, or had he somehow escaped? He was uncertain where to go to find the answer, but it was clear now that it was unlikely to be here. He turned to go, and froze as his ears registered a sound. The interminable cityscape was rarely silent, even in these huge and deserted ruins. There was a Dopplering buzz of the traffic both above and below, the distant whine of repulsors lifting larger vessels into orbit from the nearby spaceport, and the thousands of small seismic creaks and groans of contraction and settling as the huge structures all about him reluctantly gave up the day's heat. These were noises so omnipresent that they had long ago faded into the background. They were the soundscape of the city planet. But this was different. It was the stealthy crunch of footsteps upon the debris that coated the floor, a sound that instantly alerted the soldier within Typho. Before he knew it, his blaster was in his hand, and he was pressing his back against the end of a storage bin. He didn't have to wait long. From around one of the huge, shattered columns appeared a female humanoid of most striking appearance. Her skin was as white as alabaster. It gleamed coldly in the starlight that poured down through the shattered ceiling. She was bald, save for a hank of dark red hair that rose from the top of her head like a magmatic eruption. The tight-fitting jumpsuit she wore was tinted a similar shade. He was able to make out the stub of some kind of biocomputer device protruding from her skull as well. Even in the dim light, Typho could see that she was heavily armed. A long-bore slug thrower was sheathed across her back, and twin holstered blasters rode low on her hips. But it was the weapon she held in her right hand that he found most intriguing. Unless he was greatly mistaken, it was the dormant hilt of a lightsaber. It took a moment longer for him to realize who she was. He blinked, in silent surprise. He had pegged her occupation almost immediately. Few, save bounty hunters, went about in public so well protected. Some had acquired reputations that extended beyond their immediate and specialized field of work, and were recognizable on multiple worlds. Certainly none was better known than the woman he was now staring at. The mysterious Nar Shaddan, called Aurra Sing. As a military professional, it was part of Typho's job to familiarize himself with the most dangerous outlaws and renegades, on the off chance that he might one day be required to confront such reprobates. None qualified more than Sing. Born into unknown circumstances in the benighted urban jungles of the Smuggler's Moon, and eventually raised by Jedi who had sought to develop her nascent force potential as an instrument of good, She had been kidnapped by pirates who had turned her against her benefactors. Aurra Sing was notorious the length and breadth of the Empire. He had heard that she had the death mark on her in more than a dozen systems. It was also rumored that she had been working for Count Dooku during the Clone Wars, but had disappeared shortly after his death. And now, here she was, rooting around in the ruins of the Jedi Temple, even as he was, looking for... what? He decided that unless there was evidence to the contrary, the notorious Aurra Sing's preoccupations were none of his business. He was not on Imperial Center in any official capacity, far less that of a military officer. He had come here on a purely personal matter. To assume that the doings of the outlaw Sing had anything to do with his work was too fantastic to contemplate. Best, then, that he simply slip away, unnoticed, into the night, to resume his own quest and leave the fabled and feared bounty hunter to hers. There was a problem with doing that, however. The floor all about him and Sing was littered with the debris and impedimenta of the library that, before the Jedi Purge, had been arranged in a neat and orderly fashion. It was impossible to make the slightest move without disturbing this technological regolith. Typho had no doubt that any resulting noise would immediately alert Sing to his presence. He had been exceptionally fortunate to have heard her before she had taken notice of him. Given their mutual isolation and unpopulated nocturnal surroundings, he doubted she was likely to stop and listen to an explanation of his presence, however brief he might try to make it. Based on her reputation, she was far more likely to shoot first and ask questions later. Typho was by no means a coward, but one did not pursue a successful military career without learning caution. It would serve no useful purpose to engage the bounty hunter in combat, and could very well prove catastrophic. Glancing warily about, while keeping Sing in view, he noticed another data stick located at eye level on a shelf opposite. Careful not to make the slightest noise as he moved, he reached for it. Hefting it firmly, he prepared to toss it far across the open floor, hoping that the flash and bang it would make on impact would give him time to... She moved almost too fast for him to see. In an instant, her lightsaber was activated. Part of him noted, almost academically, that the ignited shaft was almost the same color as her hair and jumpsuit. He had ample opportunity to appraise its exact hue, because the incandescent tip now hovered entirely too close to his throat, as it backed him up against the shelves behind him. Typho realized he had made a foolish and possibly fatal mistake. He had neglected to take into account Sing's storied connection with the Force. Unrefined and untrained though it might be, it had obviously been strong enough to alert her to his presence. "Who are you?" Her voice was as cold and hard as the alabaster her skin resembled. The lightsaber that threatened his throat was as steady as if held by a droid. "More importantly," she continued, "who sent you?" "No one sent me." Typho did his best to stay calm. His tone was as unthreatening as possible. "I am Captain Typho of Naboo, formerly of the Senate Security Council. I am here on my own. No agency or individual has sanctioned my undertaking." Sing's eyes were red with the light of the shifting scarlet shaft, as if they could suck up its energy through the sheer force of will that was contained behind them. "Why don't I believe you?" Typho realized that he had only moments left in which to save himself. If the gleam that danced in the bounty hunter's eyes wasn't madness, it was still borderline homicidal. This was not someone who would choose to engage in extended conversation in the ruins of a dark and deserted building in the middle of the night. Rather than spend the time to establish whether or not he posed any threat, she would simply kill him and be done with it. Unless... He still held the damaged data stick in his gloved hand. Without thinking, and trying not to give any mental foreshadowing of his intention, he closed his eyes and squeezed his hand into a fist. As the storage device shattered, it released a burst of ice-miting light and a sound like the bass thump of heavy artillery being fired. His glove was sufficient to protect him from the burst of heat that resulted from the globe's destruction, and his action had the desired effect. With a surprised cry, Sing staggered back, momentarily blinded. Typho moved quickly, knowing he had only one chance. He kicked upward, the toe of his boot slamming into Sing's wrist. The lightsaber fell from her stunned fingers, its shaft shutting down automatically. Typho caught it. In the course of his tour of duty on Coruscant, Typho had handled lightsabers under the supervision of Qui-Gon Jinn and Mace Windu. As a result, he was far more familiar with them and their capabilities than was the average Naboo officer. Even though all lightsabers were slightly different, the construction of each having been finalized by the Jedi who owned it, there were certain design characteristics that were of necessity common to all. Most crucially, given his present situation, the activator stud was nearly always positioned so that it would fall under the thumb of a gripping right hand. Typho thumbed the stud and felt the vibration surge up his arm as the unit powered up. The deep hum changed pitch as he moved the blade. If Sing pulled a blaster on him, he was as good as cooked, since he didn't have access to the Force to warn him of incoming fire. Instead, she did something entirely unexpected. Reaching down to her waist, she pulled another lightsaber from her belt and activated it. A second shaft of deadly energy, this one emerald in hue, sizzled into being. "This is wonderful," Sing declared. Her eyes were shining, her expression alive with cruel delight, and, Typho decided, more than a touch of madness. "It's been ages since I've had a decent lightsaber workout." Stepping back, she assumed a defensive stance. The glow from her weapon bathed her white skin and pitiless smile in an unholy viridian light. "You know how to activate one. I hope you can handle it well enough to put up something of a fight." And so saying, she leapt forward, the glowing length of lethal energy upraised to strike. Typho had no choice but to fall back, swinging wildly in the hope of warding off his attacker. A few hours of desultory practice with the weapon had in no way taught him how to handle himself against a master of the art. Lightsaber combat was quite different from traditional sword fighting in a number of ways, not the least of which was that the lightsaber's weight was all in its hilt. Yet a firm, two-handed grip was still needed because of the gyroscopic precession effect that gave the weapon a sense of mass. He managed to block Sing's first two attacks. His success was due as much to luck and frantic energy as to any limited skill. He didn't fool himself into believing that his temporary reprieve was likely to last much longer. His fighting ability was further lessened by a lack of depth perception caused by the past loss of one eye. Not for the first time, he found himself wishing that an accident of genetic programming had not rendered him immunodeficient to transplants cloned from his own organs. Despite all his energy and efforts, he was quickly driven back across the broken remnants of the library aisle. Another moment, and he found himself with his back up against the base of a shattered column. Grinning humorously, Sing raised her blade. "On behalf of Lord Vader, I was hoping to find evidence here of a Jedi named Jax Pavan," she said. "If you have any knowledge of his whereabouts, you may continue to live for a few more seconds. No? Pity. Well, then." She was preparing to lunge, Typho knew. A surprise attack was his only chance. He hurled himself forward under the humming shaft of her weapon, but intentionally aiming his thrust high, as if still unfamiliar with the lightness of the bound arc wave. Her countering slash missed him by the thickness of a Nexu's whisker. He felt the heat as the light wave whizzed by just above his back. Her following move was just what he expected, and had hoped for. She chose the easiest way to avoid the thrust, which was simply to duck and allow his clumsy attack to pass over her head and hair. An instant later, her triumphant grin turned into a rictus of agony. Spasming once, she collapsed to the littered floor and lay there unmoving. She was either unconscious or dead, Typho couldn't tell which, and did not particularly care. Her weapon extinguished itself as her grip went slack. He staggered back, looking at the supine form. In the dim light, he could barely see the tiny wisp of smoke that curled from the blackened tip of her biocomp antenna, where he had grazed it with the lightsaber. The resulting biofeedback shock had done the rest. Peering harder, he could make out the slight puffs of fog caused by her breath meeting the cold night air. Not dead, then, only unconscious. He had no desire to still be in her vicinity when she recovered from the shock. Already her lithe body was starting to twitch with the beginnings of a return to awareness. And he told himself it could all be a sham. She could be playing half dead, her intent being to lure him close. Of course, the sensible thing to do would have been to run her through while she was on the ground. But he could not bring himself to do it. His uncle, Panaka, who had been Padme's bodyguard when she was queen, had taught him to show mercy whenever possible. To do less, Panaka had warned, was to risk becoming a monster like the ones often faced in the line of duty. Typho could not have that. His intent, his desire, his mission was to avenge Padme, but not at the expense of a blot on her memory. Criminal though she might be, slaughtering the woman now lying stunned would do his cause no honor. His probity was on shaky ground as it was. He was here in this place under false pretenses, had come with vigilante justice on his mind and dominating his thoughts. Under such circumstances, it could be argued that he had more in common with the bounty hunter than with the strict military code of Naboo. She sought money, he sought revenge. Who could say which, in the end, was the more honorable? Surely he, in his current state of mind, was not one to render such a judgment. Her purpose in stalking the heart of the temple had been to find a Jedi named Jax Pavan. It had not been to challenge the wandering Captain Typho. Were that the case, he was certain she would have said so. They had met by chance. Now they would part in equal ignorance. And so he left Aurra Sing lying unconscious in the rubble of the Jedi temple, and continued onward into the night, in his quest to determine if the Jedi, Anakin Skywalker, still lived. 10. Servant. Aid? As usual, the polite brevity of the Cephalon's question took Den by surprise. The standardized basic translations that appeared on the monitor screens next to the tank showed its sub-brains all quietly humming away like banks of compartmentalized computers, each busily parsing its particular outlook on reality. Somehow these various disparate takes were codified into coherent thought, or what seemed to be the Cephalon coherent thought, and used by the central brain, the one that was capable of abstract conceptualizing. Den did not pretend to understand how it worked. He had enough problems trying to make the single brain he'd been born with operate. The thought of having to handle input from various semi-autonomous sub-brains made him dizzy. But such concepts and imaginings were, at worst, merely confusing and irritating, compared with the Cephalon's appearance. It loomed hideously out of the sulfate-laden cloud in the tank, its great sessile mass distorted by the thick transparent barrier that contained its poisonous environment. It was tethered to a coral accretion in the cheap down-level habitat that formed its home. Or its office. Or embassy. Den was not sure which of those identifiers, if any, applied. The Celestian could barely keep from recoiling every time he saw it. The Cephalon's skin was the mottled flat gray of long-dead flesh. Its shape, an undulating oblate globe, festooned apparently at random with tentacles, antennae, feelers, and chelae. It had no eyes or other sensory organs that Den could see. According to I-5, it perceived its external environment by means of electroceptive matrices, whatever those were. Its mouth was a baleen plate that sieved extremophile microorganisms from the dense, primarily methane atmosphere that sustained it. The Cephalon was surely one of the most bizarre species in the entire galaxy. Its inner thoughts were as unknowable as nearly everything else about it. Working with a force-sensitive Inquisitor, Imperial scientists had managed to identify 9 distinct emotional states, of which only 3 bore even a faint resemblance to the sentiments that most humanoids experienced. There might be more, but it was rumored that the Inquisitor himself had gone mad from trying to wrap his own mind around the varying states of the Cephalon's 4-dimensional consciousness. There's a comforting image with which to open a negotiation, Den thought. Aloud, he began, We have 2 sentients on the UML who, need... Elaboration is, was, will be unnecessary. This was another eerie thing about the Cephalon, since it could observe happenings in time as clearly as Den could see objects in 3 dimensions, it always knew what he was about to say. The cephalon was not omniscient. It couldn't conceptualize every incident in the 4th dimension, any more than most beings could see everything in all 3 spatial dimensions from any single vantage point. But it seemed to know enough about the immediate future to be able to make predictions with unsettling accuracy. Sentience are, have, been, shall, be non-united. Point pattern at now contingent modalities non-viable, as yet point pattern in non-collapsed state, it told them. Probability matrices undefined. We apperceive discontinuity. Suggest cautious passive observational mode. This was one of the biggest problems in attempted communication with a non-linear being as far as Den was concerned. The translation did its best to keep up with the cephalon's erratic and seemingly irrational changes between tenses and personae, as well as struggling to fit its static perception of the time stream into terms of past, present, and future. The result was often a translation that usually seemed right on the verge of making sense. The Celestin sometimes felt that he actually might be able to understand it, if he only had an extra lobe or two with which to process the mishmash. Usually, however, it was as far over his head as a skyhook penthouse. Which was the case this time. At wit's end, in time as well as space, he glanced helplessly at Loranthe. Any idea what all this probability poodoo is about? She shook her head. I have the impression it's indecisive. Basically, it's advising us to wait and see. She turned to exit the habitat chamber. He gaped at her retreating back. That's it? We come all this way? It was 3 blocks, Den. That's not the point. The cephalon's supposed to give us tips on the best UML routes, the right officers to bribe, that sort of stuff. It is our go-to guy in the prognostication department. I could get better advice from a Moncal Kismet biscuit. Loranthe did not reply. Den sighed and started to follow, when from the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of more words forming on the monitors. Scowling, he turned back. You'd think the thing could at least afford a vocabulator, he thought as he read the creature's latest words. Vulnerability, apperceived in alternate probability, extreme discontinuity in force convergent, prioritize discrete vigilance and a fugitive recovery operation. Okay, Den said. That's cryptic even for a giant floating 4-dimensional sack of brains. Glancing toward Loranthe, he saw that she had read the cephalon's words as well. Think you can translate the translation? He asked. She shook her head. Let's worry about one thing at a time. I have a feeling that this job isn't going to be easy. Den sighed as he followed her out the door. Are they ever? Let's review what we know, Jax suggested. Easily done, I-5 responded, since at this point we know practically nothing. The droid, the Jedi, and the Zeltron were sitting in a southern underground saloon called the Dizzy Dewback Cantina. Actually, Jax and Deejah were sitting, and I-5 was standing close to Jax, so as to better maintain the illusion of a properly servile droid. Jax knew it made no difference in terms of wear and tear on I-5's chassis, whether he stood or sat. He could have held an erect posture until the building crumbled around him. But it was galling to the modified droid's pride to have to subscribe to an inferior status, and the Jedi found it difficult to resist a grin. Jax had come to this serviceable haunt more than a few times over the last several months. It was a good place to relax while plotting strategy, reasonably quiet and out of the way, plus the food was tolerable and the drinks cheap. Of course, having been raised a Jedi, he had never really developed a taste for alcohol or similar ingestible stimulants, which was why he was currently nursing a cold slush of ice, flavored with various exotic fruit juices, mixed with supposedly healthy items, such as powdered gurut and desiccated Kaminoan sponge. It wasn't as palatable as it sounded, and it didn't sound all that palatable to begin with. Deejah, on the other hand, was staring moodily into the depths of a half-empty arboite twister. This was not the sort of liquid concoction one expected to see a refined creature such as her imbibing. Jax had once seen a couple of downed twisters almost embalm a 2-meter-tall weequay. The mere scent of the potion wafting across a room could make a Troig bang its heads together until binary unconsciousness resulted. He'd heard somewhere that Zeltrons had 2 livers. She'll need them, he thought, as he watched her drain the last of the high-octane blend. He didn't blame her, of course. From the little she had said before the discovery of her dead partner, it was apparent to anyone that Deejah had been, at the very least, deeply fond of the Kamasi. Jax didn't get the feeling that their relationship had involved romance, but it didn't have to for her to feel keenly the sting of his death. Zeltrons were flagrant in their passions. They seemed incapable of entering into any relationship, be it carnal or casual, with anything less than wholehearted fervor and abandon, a consequence due at least in part to their powerful empathic abilities. When tragedies happened, they felt all the searing pain that a sentient was capable of feeling. Of course, the reverse could just as easily be true. Fiery love could transmute into icy hatred in the blink of an eye. He abruptly realized that I-5 had just said something and was now waiting for a reply. The droid was projecting an attitude of patience mixed with slight resignation, as if he had expected having to wait for the Jedi to rouse from his quiet reverie. "I'm sorry," Jax murmured. "What?" In the absence of having a throat to clear, I-5 emitted a terse electrical crackle. "To reiterate, if I may, Prefect House's men have not found the murder weapon yet. I venture that its discovery may shed more light on this mystery." "It's been 3 hours since we left the Resiplex," Jax pointed out. "How do you know the forensics droids haven't turned it up by now?" "Because," the droid replied, "I'm monitoring the wavelengths reserved for sector law enforcement transmissions. There has been no mention of such a finding." Jax slowly shook his head in disbelief. "One of these days they're going to home in on that illegal slicing you do and hit you with an echo pulse that'll leave you about as self-aware as a CRISPR. Something to look forward to, given the level of intellectual stimulation around here," the droid shot back. "Now, having disposed of the requisite badinage, perhaps we could return to the subject at hand?" "By all means." Jax stole another glance at Deejah. She was slumped in her chair, her eyelids fluttering, and her breathing much heavier than what was required to keep her lungs expanded. "You might want to keep your voice down, though it doesn't look like she's all that aware right now." "She's not," I-5 confirmed. "My olfactory subprocessor has calculated the volume of alcohol in her blood. Adjusting for species specificity, I estimate that she will shortly lapse into and then remain in a near comatose state at least until dawn. Even her pheromone discharges are about 20 proof." Jax stuffed a cushion behind Deejah's head, then leaned forward in his chair. With a hand, he waved away a cloud of stim stick smoke that had drifted over from a nearby table full of raucous kubas. "We know that Volette died of a single stab wound to the celiac plexus." The Jedi stared into the distance. "If I remember my xenobiology classes back in the temple, that's the anterior part of the autonomous system node, right?" "In most hirsute mesomorphic humanoids, such as Kamasi and Equani, yes. A puncture wound of any size there is almost certain to be fatal, much as a wound to the heart is to humans. According to the planetary police casts, they've hypothesized the murder weapon as a short-edged, passive instrument." Jax nodded. In the context of the police report, passive meant something other than a vibroblade or other energized weapon. "Then Volette was killed by an extremely primitive knife, or its equivalent," he said. "Which leads us to ask, how was the act performed? If the police theorizing is accurate, something easily concealed, but having to be used at close range, seems most likely. Which inversely presupposes someone of considerable strength. The anterior region of a Kamasi is protected by a layer of thick cartilage." The droid gestured at Deejah. "That would seem to exclude her as a suspect?" Jax nodded. It was certainly true that Deejah could have approached her partner, Volette, closely without arousing his suspicions. But there was no way she could have stabbed him hard enough to penetrate the protective carapace, especially with a non-vibrating weapon. The Zeltron simply did not possess sufficient musculature. He realized he felt relief to know that Deejah was not a viable suspect. Had some of those pheromones slipped through to affect his wariness? He hoped not. Life was complex enough already. But even if Deejah Dwari could be ruled out, she was only one suspect out of billions. They still had quite a way to go. There's no escaping it, I-5. We have to find the killer before the prefect's investigation decides to focus on us. If the Khul's ever suspect we're linked to the Whiplash, we're plasma. They'll lock us on a moon and throw away the moon. Jax held up a right hand, showing the sparkling arc of the locator ring that banded his middle finger. And there's no way Dwari or I can take this police jewelry off or deactivate it without the inbuilt circuitry paralyzing our motor responses, while simultaneously communicating our whereabouts to the local Khul's. Good point, if obvious, the droid concurred. Don't be so smug. As long as you're wearing that bolt, you're just as stuck as... Jax stopped in mid-sentence and stared open-mouthed as I-5 held up the restraint plug that the police droid had just recently flash-welded to his chassis. The Jedi's mouth collapsed into a grin as he shook his head. Is there anything you can't do? Yes, I-5 replied. Dance. Jax took the restraining bolt and examined it. You never told me you've had bootleg anti-restraint programming installed. The droid shrugged metal shoulders. What's the point of being sentient if you can't cultivate an air of mystery? Jax tossed the bolt back to the droid. I-5 caught it easily without looking in its direction. And when they try to track you? They'll find themselves following an Ouroboros circuit with which they'll never quite catch up. The droid put the bolt on the floor, aimed an index finger at it, and melted it into an unrecognizable slag. Then he turned to gaze speculatively at the unconscious Deejah. It would appear that her plans to leave Coruscant will have to be postponed. It's Imperial Center now, remember? I-5's vocabulator produced a sound remarkably like a disdainful sniff. I'm a droid. I don't make mistakes. I doubt any passing stormtroopers or inquisitors would agree. As your father once said, no matter what they call it, it's still just an overbuilt, overpriced ball of rock. Jax went quiet, the mention of his father turning him suddenly introspective. After a while, I-5 was moved to ask, Does it upset you when your father is mentioned? No. But it does make me wonder at times how he would react to my choice of lifestyle, to the decisions I've made. The droid moved a little closer. All too many of those choices and decisions have been foisted on you, Jax. I knew Lorne Pavan better than anyone, and I think he would have been quite proud of you. Jax looked up. I thought he hated the Jedi. He did, but only because they took you from him. He wouldn't have hated you for becoming one. I think he would have approved of the choices you've made, most of them anyway, especially your decision to stay here and aid the Whiplash. Lorne admired courage, particularly the courage to stand up for one's convictions. Jax's expression was unreadable. I almost quit, you know. I-5 projected mild surprise. It was months ago. I was packing my kit, ready to dust. Then Nick Rostu told me about what happened to Master Peel. He shrugged. I couldn't leave after hearing that. Certainly not until I'd completed his last mission. Which you did to the best of your ability. So tell me, what's stopping you from leaving now? It will never be finished, Jax told him. Defeat the Emperor and Vader and liberate the galaxy? The idea defines craziness. I should get out now, while there's still a transport berth with my name on it. I believe Den would agree with you, the droid replied. Vociferously? No doubt. Jack sighed. And yet, you can't. You know me so well. I know humans so well. I know your kind, with an intimacy that only an outsider can achieve. I've seen humanity at its most selfless and noble, and at its most base and ignoble. It can be quite a range. That's why it doesn't surprise me at all that you remain here to continue the fight for what you insist is a lost cause. If presented with that choice, I knew from the day I met you which one you would make." "Is that so?" Jax looked about him, at the garish hollow ads on the walls and the various species toking, imbibing, or otherwise altering their brain chemistry in pursuit of congenial oblivion. He suddenly felt very tired. "Which choice was that?" "The right one," the droid said. Aurra Sing awoke disoriented, angry, and possessed of a throbbing headache in the ruins of the Jedi Temple. Her baffling opponent was long gone, which was no surprise. What was surprising was that she was still alive. A guarded inspection of her immediate surroundings confirmed that she was indeed alone. Her opponent, Captain Typho of Naboo, had no doubt fled, taking with him one of her lightsabers. Even in the throes of her fury, Sing had to admit that she was impressed. He had tricked her most cleverly, lulling her into vulnerability and then using her own prosthetic against her. She had briefly succumbed to the worst enemy someone in her profession could face: overconfidence. That accepted, she still had to give the man his due. He was resourceful as well as skilled. Good. A challenging enemy was a worthwhile enemy. She would enjoy tracking him down. But such enjoyment would have to wait until she first completed her primary task, the capture of Jax Pavan for Lord Vader. She had no intention of going back to Uvo 4, and the easiest way to ensure that she never saw that hated place again was to fulfill the assignment she had been handed. Not that she had any intention of doing otherwise, even if she could have figured a way out of it. She would have paid Vader for the opportunity to stalk one of the last Jedi. The night was quiet, save for the eerie whistling of a breeze through the columns and rooms of the ruined temple. Except for the endless stream of air traffic high overhead, there was no movement. All seemed calm again, but Sing did not relax. She could no more stand down from her state of habitual alert than she could stop breathing. A slight movement behind her. In the space of a breath, Sing's lightsaber was lit. The bounty hunter swung it in a deadly arc behind her, spinning about as she struck to face whatever foe might be lurking there. Its body cut neatly in half. A large armored rat writhed momentarily on the ground before her. It shuddered briefly, and then lay still. With a grunt, Aurra Sing deactivated her weapon, clipped it to her belt, and strode off to resume her search for Jax Pavan. Extreme discontinuity in force convergent. Jax repeated the phrase to himself, then looked at Den and the Paladin. "Any idea what it means?" "Well," the Celestin replied, "I've given it a lot of thought, and I'm fairly certain that I have no carking idea whatsoever." "You're a lot of help." Jax turned to Loranth. "I hope you've got something more substantive." The Twi'lek shook her head. "I wish I did. Unfortunately, I'm just as baffled as Den." Jax looked around the room. Present were Loranth, Den, and I-5. Missing were Renan and Deejah. Jax didn't know where the Eluman was. The Zeltron was in one of the bedchambers, sleeping off her concussive hangover. He sighed. "Anyone else care to venture a guess?" I-5 spoke up. "Obviously, the concept that is being communicated has something to do with four-dimensional perception. We know that the Cephalon can, to a certain extent, see into the future the way we can see down a path. Unfortunately, it's a winding path that seems to meander through mist and clouds, rendering the final picture inconclusive." Den raised a brow. "Wow, that was almost poetical." "Almost." The droid peered down at his companion. This from a representative of a culture whose crowning artistic achievement is a paean to the military-industrial complex. I-5 addressed his next remark to Jax. "It's clear that the Cephalon was trying to apprise us of some future event. It is up to us to figure out its meaning." Den rolled his eyes, the result being quite impressive. Why do these sorts of hints have to be all roundabout and mysterious? Why can't we for once run into a fortune-teller who's clear and upfront about things? A week from now, the festering plague will break out in the Black Pit slums. Wear gloves. Like that, I doubt that the Cephalon was striving to be oracular just for effect, the droid replied. Attempts to reduce a four-dimensional tense into basic are frequently less than completely successful. Jax was about to comment when a bulky shadow filled the doorway. It was Renan. His gaze swept over the others with monumental detachment and disinterest, to drop anchor upon reaching Jax. "There are, as far as I've been able to determine," he said lugubriously, "no lightsabers, or components thereof, remaining on Coruscant." "You sure?" Den asked. "Did you look behind the couch?" Renan ignored this. "My investigation into the matter has been thorough and exhaustive. It is, of course, entirely possible that in a city covering 5.1 times 108 kilometers squared, a weapon approximately 1 meter long when activated and rather less when not, just might have escaped my notice. If you suspect that to be the case, I urge you to continue your own search." "What about crystals?" Jax asked. "No traceable signs of Adagan, Ilum, or Dantooine crystals either. Again," Renan added, "I cannot guarantee that someone somewhere doesn't have one sitting on their mantle as a curiosity. There is simply no way to trace such a thing." Jax nodded, thinking. Though the majority of Jedi had been slaughtered by the clones off-world, there had still been a respectable garrison at the temple when Anakin Skywalker had initiated his one-man pogrom. Furthermore, Jax knew that Palpatine had ordered their weapons destroyed. If Renan was right, the troopers had been most thorough. Loranth said to the Eloman, "You're patently wrong in one instance. Darth Vader still carries one." "Vader's a Sith," Jax said before the Eloman could respond. "Or so gossip has it. I think it's true. It's the only way to explain his proficiency with both the lightsaber and the Force." His expression fell. "It would appear that you all were right. I'm not meant to have one." "Being a Jedi is more than just having a lightsaber," Loranth pointed out. "Through the use of the Force, one can become proficient in other modes of fighting that are almost as effective." "I know." Jax looked away. "It's just that I never really had a choice. I had only just graduated to full-fledged Jedi knighthood when Order 66 was implemented. After that, my life was all about survival. A big part of that was keeping my head down and not using the Force." He offered a wry smile. "I've really only had the opportunity to use it once in a life-or-death battle against Prince Shizor. And the irony is that he had the lightsaber, and I was reduced to using a light whip. Not to mention a somewhat sputtery connection to the Force," Den added. "Unless you have some reason for my continuing to pursue this chimerical task, I shall consider it settled. I have other matters to which I must attend." The Eloman's sepulchral voice said quite clearly that, as far as he was concerned, the subject was closed. Then, to his surprise, Jax heard Den say, "Wait a minute." As he listened to his own mouth forming words seemingly independent of his brain, Den was somewhat taken aback by what he found himself saying. He was also a little nervous. It had happened before, this disconnect between his tongue and his head. It was as if the former was ruled by a semi-autonomous sub-brain, like one of the cephalon's appendages. The results were seldom good. "Wait a minute," he heard himself saying. "I'm sure Renan has done an exemplary job trying to locate a lightsaber. But there's more than one way to gut a go-cob." "How colorful," I-5 said. Den ignored him. "I was a reporter once, remember? A good one back in the day. I can track a story over bare rock in a monsoon." The droid clicked two metal fingers together. "There is a point to all this, I presume. The organics in the room aren't getting any younger." "Neither is your humor." Den looked at Jax. "If you really feel that getting your own lightsaber will help you function more effectively, then let me see what I can find out." Renan gave him an opaque stare. "What makes you think that you can succeed where I did not?" Den raised pacifying hands. "Hey, no offense, but I just have a feeling about this, you know? Maybe it'll lead to something, maybe not. Either way, it's no hair off your ears." "That's enough," Jax interrupted. Dan, if you're serious about this, you're welcome to have a crack at it, but in your spare time. Our first priority is finding Volette's killer, and I need your fabled search and find abilities working on that foremost.
Whatever you say, boss.
Den settled back in his chair. He still wasn't quite certain why he had volunteered to take on this extra task, although one reason was self-evident. He didn't like Renan. The tall, saturnine biped could bring the mood of any group crashing down faster than the gravity well of a neutron star. Besides, he hadn't flexed that particular set of muscles in quite a while. It would be a worthwhile diversion, as long as he didn't let his inquiries bring him too close to Vader's orbit. We had no real friends, the sad-eyed Zeltron was saying. Just acquaintances and professional associates. We hadn't been on Coruscant all that long, a little over 2 months, and most of that time was spent in making contacts that were invariably more business than social. We were. Deejah paused, setting her jaw momentarily, and Jax was surprised to see that she was overcoming the urge to cry. He had heard that overall the defining characteristic of the Zeltron species was that of hedonism, that they tended to be industrious and productive only with an eye toward that end, and were unwilling or unable to deal with negative emotions. Deejah, in contrast, seemed to be made of somewhat sterner stuff. She continued. So you see that we were rather isolated, save for Baron Umber, whom we saw quite frequently. Jax, Deejah, and I-5 were sitting in the bleachers of a local recreational park, watching a game of shockball being played between two young groups, mostly Rhodians versus Hassarians. The crowd was following the sport enthusiastically, providing plenty of ambient noise as cover for their conversation. I-5 pondered briefly. The identifier, Baron Umber, is unfamiliar to me. The title naturally indicates a person of importance. Perhaps you could elaborate? I'm sorry, she replied. I assumed most people around here were familiar with the name. He's a Vendalian. I understand that not too much is known about them. We heard that they're rather secretive. One thing that is known is that they tend to be great art fanciers. Certainly the Baron was no exception. He bought a great many of Vess's best light sculptures. She blinked in sudden realization. I don't know if he's been made aware yet. Keeping to themselves, Vendalians pay less attention to what's called the common news than do most species. If he doesn't know, this is going to hit him quite hard. I'm sure the sector police have notified him, Jax pointed out. Her lips compressed into a thin scarlet line. That's right. Of course. Her tone was bitter. No doubt they delivered the information with all their customary tact. My impression is that Paul House is a pretty good cool, Jax told her, which is one way of saying that you can trust him as long as you don't cross him. But like anyone in his position, he's not immune to either politics or pressure. He won't let anyone or anything jeopardize his job. My take is that he's only investigating Volette's death because your partner was a minor celebrity. I wouldn't be surprised if there's pressure on him already to wrap it up fast, stick any results in a tube and bury it. He'll take any solution that seems reasonable and that answers most of the questions. I'm sure that his higher-ups don't want a big deal made out of a Kamasi case, not when Palpatine took the political risk of having Kamas destroyed, if indeed he was ultimately responsible. Deejah looked grim. So you would advise me to leave sleeping Axe lie? It would seem the safest course, if we're to get you off-world, I-5 said. Turning away from them, she watched the game for a few minutes. One of the Rhodians scored, and the crowd went wild. Finally, she said, with more assurance than she had exhibited in some time. No. Vess wouldn't abjure justice for me if the situation were reversed. I can't leave this place until I'm convinced that everything possible has been done to find his murderer. Jax took a deep breath. Well, I admire your determination, if not the decision. He looked at I-5. Next move. I suggest we find this Baron Umber and have a chat with him. He smiled thinly. We can talk about art. His connapt is located at 17 Gallifrey Lane, Sector 1017 in Manari Hills, I-5 replied immediately. Deejah looked surprised. That's his private address. It's unlisted. How did you? The droid tapped the side of his head with a metal finger. Connections. 11. The Manurai Hills district was one of the posher neighborhoods on Imperial Center, which was saying something. An eclectic combination of architectural styles. The luxury connapts that made up the majority of its domiciles had been designed by the renowned Bennett Steinex, one of the galaxy's premier architects. The building Umber lived in was semi-autonomous, its exterior accented with smooth, streamlined chevrons and towers. Once again, Jax felt profoundly out of place. The melded chimes that made up the door were answered by a 3PO protocol droid, its silver chassis burnished to a high gleam. After an unmistakably disapproving glance in the direction of I-5, it acknowledged Deejah immediately. Please come in. My master will be most happy to see you. It ushered Deejah through the foyer as Jax and I-5 followed. Please rest comfortably, the droid insisted. May I offer you beverages? No. Then I will inform the Baron of your unexpected and extremely welcome visit. It shuffled away across a vast expanse of burgundy carpet, leaving a flattened trail of scuffed carpet in its wake, and disappeared through an arch. Jax studied his surroundings. They were expansive, with curved walls dimpled and folded to allow more space for the exhibition of paintings, friezes, ceramic floats, and other artwork. Tastefully displayed on slowly moving pedestals scattered around the floor were several examples of art that had to be the work of the late Vess Volette. Sculptures formed of animate light, they writhed and undulated hypnotically within their individual containment fields. As he looked on, they shifted spectra according to how they had been woven, cycling through various hues and patterns. Each was uniformly delicate, ethereal, and utterly beautiful. He glanced at Deejah. The Zeltron was looking at the sculptures as well, her expression forlorn. Approaching one of the sculptures, I-5 examined its undulant, prismatic form closely. Most intriguing. The energy signature is quite similar to the arc wave of a lightsaber. I would hazard a guess that its energetic source is a crystal. Adagon, Luxum, or something similar. Jax raised an eyebrow. The same kind of crystals used to drive a lightsaber. Quite right, said a new and commanding voice. Jax turned about to see a bipedal figure standing in the archway. He was tall and slender to the point of anorexia, dressed in flowing robes of shimmer silk. His features seemed quite human, although something about the shape of the face and the ears gave a subtle vulpine cast to his appearance. As he came toward them, he made straight for the Zeltron. My dear Deejah. His voice was warm and buttery with compassion. Such a shock. I was told of Vess's fate not 2 hours ago by that thuggish police prefect. Reaching out, he took her hands and held them in both of his. You must be devastated. I tried to calm you as soon as I was informed. I turned my link off, she whispered. Perfectly natural, and who could blame you? If there is anything you need, anything at all, you have only to ask. Looking to the side, he took note of Jax and I-5, his gaze sharply appraising. I see you've brought a friend. I-5 stiffened at the cavalier omission, but said nothing. I'm sorry, Deejah said. Where are my manners? Baron Umber? Jax Pavan, captain of the merchant ship Far Ranger. Jax, this is Baron Vlachan Umber of Flavin Hold, Vindalia. In his all-too-brief tenure as a Jedi Knight, Jax had learned the galactic standard protocol for addressing nobility of various species. He inclined his head and made the proper hand gesture. An honor, Baron. He saw Umber's eyes widen slightly in surprise, and realized that his studied courtliness must seem incongruous coming from someone dressed so shabbily. The honor is mine, the Baron replied, making the requisite response motion. He glanced briefly at I-5, who stood in formal posture beside Jax, looking every centimeter the proper protocol droid. One of the Orbot's line, the Baron commented. Something of a collector's novelty these days. Nicely restored. Jax repressed a smile as he thought of the acidic response that was no doubt crackling through the droid's positronic brain. Baron, the Jedi ventured. "If you don't mind, I have a few questions I'd like to ask. They concern your relationship with Volette." Once again, Umber could not quite conceal his surprise. He looked questioningly at Deejah, who nodded reassuringly. "It's all right, Vlachan. You can trust this one. He's bound himself to help me find Ves's killer." "I see." Despite the Zeltron's assurance, the Vendalian's skepticism was obvious. He looked at Jax again, his gaze much more critical this time. "Are you affiliated with the Sector Police?" Jax found himself more amused than irritated by the Baron's obvious disdain. "I'm an independent investigative agent. Deejah asked me to pursue this matter through unofficial channels." Keeping his eyes on Jax, Umber addressed his next question to the Zeltron. "Are you sure this is wise, Deejah? For one thing, I strongly doubt that any facts or evidence uncovered by this method will be considered admissible in a tribunal." It was I-5 who responded to that. "Actually, the law admits evidence submitted by outside sources on deontological grounds." The Vendalian's gaze narrowed as he regarded the mechanical. "I don't recall anyone giving you permission to speak, droid, nor do I require instruction in legal proceedings from a non-specialist device." "A knowledge of the law, especially as it relates to Imperial dictates, is an important facet of protocol," I-5 said. "You must admit that these days, with new laws being promulgated every day and old ones revised or eliminated, it is next to impossible, even for specialists in such matters, to keep up. You need not be embarrassed to confess ignorance in such matters." The Baron seemed on the verge of apoplexy. "I was not confessing anything," he sputtered. "Least of all, ignorance. Of all the—" Reaching out, Deejah put a hand on his arm. The Zeltron touch was enough to calm their host somewhat. He was by no means pacified, however. He stared hard at I-5. "You're right, however. Today's statute is tomorrow's misdemeanor, so to speak, none of which addresses the matter of you speaking unbidden." Jax hastened to interpose himself between the two. I-5's encoding has been modified. He doesn't always react like your standard protocol model. The Jedi glanced warningly at the droid. "Sometimes he suffers from an intermittent glitch known as Big Mouth Syndrome." I-5 projected annoyance. "The dimensions of my verbal simulation orifice are absolutely factory standard." "Maybe," Jax said, "but the brain behind it sure isn't. You will show our host proper respect." A moment of uncomfortable silence ensued as the Jedi glared at the droid. Then I-5 turned to face Baron Umber, and bowed slightly from the waist. "My sincere apologies, sir, if I have inadvertently offended you." "And?" Jax prompted him. I-5's immobile metal countenance somehow managed to look disdainful. Or perhaps Jax was reading too much into it. He hoped so, at any rate. "I also regret speaking out of turn," the droid continued. Umber was mollified. "Well, no harm done, no insult intended, especially if, as you say, this model's programming has been clumsily personalized." "Clumsily?" I-5 echoed. "May I just point out that our questions will be concise and our time here brief," Jax hastily concluded for the droid, punctuating his assurance with a glare in I-5's direction that fell just short of melting several of the softer alloys. He stepped between the droid and their host, blocking the former's view from the latter. "Deejah tells me," he continued, "that you're a long-time collector of the late Volette's work." Umber gestured assent. Turning, he indicated the alcoves where many of the artist's finest creations twirled and flashed in syncopated brilliance. By themselves, they provided more than enough light to illuminate the end of the room in which they were displayed. "From the moment I encountered his works, I knew I had to have one," the Baron said. "The first led to a second, the second demanded a third to offset its shape and style, and by the time I determined to purchase a fourth and fifth, I counted myself not merely a patron of Volette, but his friend." He looked to where Deejah sat quietly on a couch. "And his companion's friend as well." She smiled. "Ves abhorred the formal art scene on Coruscant, where creators are expected to mingle with potential buyers, flatter their usually non-existent taste, and offer discounts. He was a true artist. If you liked his work, fine. If not, he dismissed you, but without anger or prejudice. He recognized that tastes differ, or all art would be the same. Umber nodded solemnly. That was one of the things that made Wes and his work so special. He was entirely independent of the commercial art arena. He did what he wanted, the way he wanted. Deejah was obviously thinking back to happier times. I remember once when a senator from a wealthy world approached Wes about one of his pieces. She smiled. He asked if Wes would alter the main spectral current so that the result would match the decor of the senator's sleeping chamber. The asking price for the work was high, and Wes could have pocketed substantial credits. He simply refused, quietly and without rancor. This is the color scheme that coalesced in my mind, he told the senator. This is the pattern the color took. It is what it is, just as are you and I. She looked up at Jax. That was Wes. He was as straightforward as his art. Straightforward is another word for blunt, Jax said, and bluntness could be misconstrued as arrogance. The Baron hid a smile. Jax looked at him. Are you amused, Baron? My apologies. But had you known Wes even for a short time, you would realize the absurdity of your suggestion. He never meant to hurt anyone's feelings. But he sometimes did. Jax glanced at Deejah, who nodded slowly. Most people excused it on the grounds that he was an artist. Just being creative seems to excuse a multitude of offenses that would get ordinary folk thrown out of a party. Or killed, I-5 said. This time Umber did not upbraid the droid for speaking without permission. Jax turned back to their host. Did he ever offend you, Baron? Umber looked startled. No, never. I understood his art, therefore I understood him. We always got on well, and there was never a time when I was displeased to see him. We held differing political opinions, of course, and discussion of them sometimes led to raised voices and sharp gestures, but never to hostility. He paused, then asked, You're not suggesting that I had anything to do with his death? Of course not, Jax replied immediately, though that was exactly what he was thinking. As a Jedi, he was sworn never to lie. Occasional misdirection in the service of the greater good was, however, permissible. I'm just trying to build a picture of your relationship with Volette in order to get a better idea of what he was like, what his social life was like, and through that maybe a hint or two of the kind of individual who might have wanted him dead. For example, I-5 suggested, someone who owned a surfeit of an artist's work would stand to profit substantially by his death if his passing subsequently raised the value of that individual's work. Jax contemplated deactivating his outspoken mechanical companion. What he really wanted to do at that moment was use the Vilmorian energy sword sheathed at his waist to seal the droid's mouth shut. To his credit, however, and somewhat to Jax's surprise, the Baron took no visible offense. Instead, he simply nodded thoughtfully. That certainly might be so. In the case of Wes's work, however, he has not been dead long enough for the market to be thus affected. And I treasure even the least of his pieces in my possession, and have not the slightest intention of selling any of them, so their monetary value is of only peripheral concern to me. Spreading his arms wide to encompass their elegant surroundings, he added, As you can see, my position and personal resources are adequate to allow me to comfortably maintain a certain lifestyle without the need to, I believe the basic term is hawk any of my property. Even if such a necessity should occur, my Volettes would be the last assets I would part with. Deejah managed an approving smile. Of all Wes's clients, Baron Umber more than anyone deserves the honorific title of patron. Wes knew it too. Their host performed an odd little sideways bow in her direction. You honor me with your confidence, my dear. Straightening, he looked back at Jax. You have other questions? Perhaps you would like to search my domicile for a murder weapon or signs of Wes's DNA? No, no. Jax waved a hand. I believe what you've told us. He looked toward the couch. Even more, I believe, what Deejah has said about you. Coming here, meeting you in person, seeing how you feel about the artist's work, I'm confident you had nothing to do with his demise. Leaning slightly to his right, he peered past their host. You're not alone here, are you? Pivoting, Umber gestured to where a figure stood behind a fold of arch. Come out, my dear, and meet our guests. Deejah is here. The Vendalian female was notably larger than her mate, though not unattractive. While sexual dimorphism was common among humanoid species, it was usually the male who was larger. Usually, but not always. In this case, the female who emerged from concealment not only massed more than the Baron, she was half a dozen centimeters taller as well. This is Kirma, my wife, the Baron informed the visitors. The Baroness was casually dressed in a sweeping spinner silk gown that clung to her form and did little to conceal her bulk. Jax found it somewhat startling. What looked bad on one variety of humanoid, he reflected, was often considered immensely flattering on another. Not knowing anything about the species, he could only assume that, given the clingy nature of her attire, Vendalians found size attractive. In addition to the gown, she wore a string of lightly polished green stones around her neck. No astrogeologist, Jax didn't recognize them. It was the only jewelry on her person. Given the Baron's status, he concluded that she was either being deliberately modest or else had not had adequate time to prepare herself to greet visitors. His gaze drifted back to Deejah, sitting alone on the couch. She wore no jewelry and the most basic and functional of attire, but to Jax, she outshone the noble's mate by several orders of magnitude. Deejah has engaged this gentleman, Umber was saying, in the hope of finding who killed Ves. Yet again, he failed to mention the presence of I-5. This time, thankfully, the droid kept his indignation to himself. Instead, he was studying the new arrival intently. Dear Ves, Kirma Umber blinked rapidly, which Jax assumed to be a sign of anguish among her kind. Who would murder a harmless artist? I-5 had kept silent about as long as he was constitutionally able. A serious critic. Kirma glanced at him, the droid's sarcasm apparently, and fortunately, lost on her. Are you having any luck in your investigation? Jax Pavan. We've only just begun. We're trying to build a picture of Ves's last moments by interviewing those who were closest to him. He nodded in Deejah's direction. Since you're the artist's primary collectors, we came here first. My husband is the one who is enamored of the light sculptures, though I can certainly appreciate the skill that went into their construction. You're not upset at the artist's death? I-5 asked. What a thing to say! Kirma Umber's extensive lashes flared. Ves Volette was a fascinating, devoted, and kind sentient. If he had been a lowly fashioner of cheap tourist trinkets, I would have been equally as fond of him. Of course, she added tersely, being a machine, I don't expect you to comprehend such feelings. Of course not, I-5 said dryly. He went silent again, for which Jax was profoundly grateful. Kirma turned to Jax. Aren't you duplicating the work of the police? Supplementing, Jax smiled. My friends and I can work outside official channels. You never know what you may find there. You can see how upset we both are, the Baron said. If there's anything I can do to facilitate your investigation, I insist that you make use of myself and my good offices. That's very kind of you. Jax glanced at Deejah. I told you this wouldn't take very long. You've only just arrived. Umber stepped closer. From his body wafted a faint odor of pomegranate, though Jax was not sensitive enough to tell if it was natural or the result of a flattering additive. Won't you stay for a second morn meal? Thanks, I-5 responded, but we're not hungry. Even the Baron had to smile nominally at that. There's nothing I can offer you, he persisted, looking from Deejah back to Jax. The Jedi hesitated. Actually, there might be. I need a compressed energy crystal. Adagon or Luxum would be best, but I'd take whatever you'd be willing to part with. Umber acted as if he hadn't heard correctly. You want to buy one of my Volettes? Jax shook his head. Not a sculpture, just a CEC. The Baron was horrified and made no effort to hide it.
The CEC is at the heart of each sculpture.
No, he corrected himself quickly.
The CEC is the heart of each sculpture.
Though a bit taken aback by the force of the Vendalian's reaction, having already ventured the request, Jax persisted. Pardon my ignorance. I'm not an artist, and I'm not exactly familiar with the genre. But couldn't you substitute something for a piece of Adagon? Another energy source? Marilite, maybe? Or pressure-treated halurium grains? Umber was clearly restraining himself with an effort.
Since you are honest enough to readily confess your ignorance, I take no offense. You do not understand. Once the CEC is removed from a Volette light sculpture, it collapses. It cannot be restored. Certainly not by replacing the energy source. One can have an image repainted, rehollowed, retooled, or a carving of some solid material reproduced. While not the original, an excellent copy may be so obtained. But once a Volette light sculpture is deactivated, it becomes as dead as the unfortunate artist himself.
What would happen if you tried it? I-5 asked.
Kirma looked at the droid.
You would get an amorphous blob of light, that's all. Maybe with color, according to the design, but the shape, the dance, the aesthetic, would be lost forever. She eyed her mate. Isn't that the truth of it?
Truth it is, Umber confirmed. I would no more destroy a piece of Volette art than I would surrender a limb, especially since there will be no more. What exists now is all there will ever be.
Turning away from his visitors, he let his gaze roam over his collection. Even without resorting to the Force, Jax could feel the powerful emotions emanating from him.
Even if I needed the credits, young man, I would not, could not comply.
He turned back to Jax, and his gaze was hard.
I do not have the right. Maintenance of the Volette sculptures is more than a joy now. It is an obligation.
Deejah was nodding her head in agreement as she spoke to Jax. I told you what kind of collector the Baron is. What kind of friend he's been to Vess and me. Yes, you did. Jax sighed. If he was ever going to acquire a CEC to power a lightsaber, it clearly wouldn't be from here. He would have to find another source. Unless, he reminded himself, Dan had better luck. After his wife excused herself, the Baron escorted them toward the exit.
Just as a matter of personal curiosity, what does a private investigator want with a compressed energy crystal? I realize that such a scarce article has a multitude of uses, but I can't see how it would prove useful to someone in your profession. Leastwise, not sufficiently to justify the cost. He paused, adding, Of course you don't have to explain yourself. It's none of my business what you want with the CEC. He's a budding inventor, I-5 explained. He wants to make a functional probe that'll enable him to trace the neural paths to all the abnormal synaptic connections in his own brain. As they reached the doorway, Jax shot the droid a look. Speaking of abnormal synaptic connections, maybe it's time someone took an aligner to the back of your skull. You see, I-5 gestured by way of reinforcement. Verbal confirmation of what I just said. Umber forced himself to repress a smile. In addition to being remarkably, even dangerously outspoken, your droid affects a most distinctive sense of humor. No, he doesn't. Jax stepped aside to let Deejah exit. He's just rude. As to your question, Baron, I am looking for a CEC to use in my work. I'm sure you understand that someone in my position can't go into intimate details. Umber's eyebrows rose in response. Intimate, is it? Well, then I won't pry any further. As Jax looked on, he put his arms around Deejah. Jax thought the clinch lasted a good deal longer than civility required, but the lag was understandable. Those who had the opportunity to embrace red Zeltrons, especially of the opposite gender, were reluctant to let them go. Stepping back, the Baron finally released her, though he still hung on to her extended hands. If you need anything, Deejah, anything at all,
Kirma and I are at your beck and call." She smiled. "Thank you, Baron, for everything. Vess would thank you too if he were here." "He is." Turning, Umber nodded back into the domicile. "Vendale, you're willing, he always will be." They were in the lift that was taking them back to the aircar hangar when Jax voiced the conclusion he had reached. "I don't think this Baron Umber had anything to do with Vess's death." Deejah nodded knowingly. "I told you. He was our best friend on Coruscant. Whenever there was a problem of any kind, Vess trusted him to take care of it." "You divine a lot from a brief conversation in someone's home," I-5 commented to Jax. Jax eyed the droid. "You disagree with my assessment? If so, give me reasons. Other than the fact that anyone could see you took a personal dislike to the noble." "I did no such thing." The droid didn't seem irritated. "I reacted to him and treated him exactly as I would have any other potential lead we might investigate." Loutishly. "Directly," I-5 countered. "I am not confrontational, merely straightforward. That's how one obtains desired information most rapidly." "Maybe when communication is machine to machine," Jax said. "As a protocol droid, you should know that interviewing organics requires patience, understanding, and something else that seems to have been wiped from your memory." "Which would be?" "Tact. If I'd let you run your vocabulator, we would have been thrown out of that dwelling in the first 3 minutes." I-5 executed a shrug. "Small loss, since your client had already half convinced you there was nothing to be gained from speaking with the Vendalian anyway." An exasperated Jax fell silent, prompting the droid to prove he was still a protocol model by adding, "I'm sorry he wouldn't sell you a CEC." Jax shrugged. "Art lovers, a species unto themselves." Deejah put a hand on his arm. The simple gesture immediately calmed him, redirected his thoughts, heightened his emotions, and took away much of the frustration of having wasted half a day learning, essentially, nothing. Those were only a few of the things the Zeltron touch could do. "At any rate, I don't disagree with your assessment," the droid said, "because I assume that you utilized the Force to subtly probe the Baron while you were conversing with him." Jax nodded as the three of them stepped out of the turbolift. At this time of day, the hangar was not an especially busy place, and they took their time to enjoy the expensive decor of their surroundings as they waited for their transportation to unlock, activate, and arrive. "I did," Jax assured the droid. "I was monitoring him the whole time we were there. I got nothing that would indicate he's in any way involved with Volette's murder." "Neither did I. Galvanic response, eye contact, epidermal flush. None of it provoked anything like a suspicious reaction." "Good. That settles it." "Did you check the female?" Jax raised an eyebrow. On his right, Deejah stared at the droid in disbelief. "Surely you don't think Kirma Umber had anything to do with Vess's death? That's absurd." I-5 replied calmly. "Why?" Taken aback, Deejah had to think a moment. "Well, for one thing, she wasn't even that interested in Vess's work. The Baron was the real aficionado. I mean, she certainly admired it. How could anyone not? She shared the Baron's respect for it, if not his passion." "That doesn't persuade me that my observation constitutes an absurdity." The droid turned to Jax. "Surely everyone who had contact with the dead artist is a reasonable suspect." "Even me?" Deejah challenged him. "Even you, although you've been ruled out due to physical inability." "Physical inability? You ambulatory circuit board, I'll show you." "All right, you two." Jax spoke sternly to the droid. "Deejah's not a suspect, I-5. If she had anything to do with her partner's death, I would have sensed it." The droid made a sniffing sound.
That, at least, I can appreciate.
He looked at the still angry Zeltron.
You see, I always respond to rational conclusions. To Jax, he continued, "My question remains. What about the Baroness?"
Jax shrugged. "I suppose I should have probed her, just to fulfill the formalities. Still, I think Deejah is right. The Baroness was a friend to them, even if she didn't entirely share her husband's boundless enthusiasm for Volette's work."
"And please keep in mind," Deejah said with asperity, "that I have empathic abilities of my own, which rang no alarms. In any event, Jax said, I suspect Paul House and his people will perform their own thorough checks on the both of them. I-5 still wasn't satisfied. I doubt that the Prefect's forensics team will include an investigator versed in the ways of the Force. Further conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Deejah's convertible. As they slipped into the traffic stream, Jax chewed his lower lip. He waited for her to slide in beside a transport that was as ugly as it was functional. Within less than a minute, they were accelerating on automatic. Then the Zeltron looked at him. What now? I suppose you have a list of the rest of Vess's buyers, and of any non-professional social contacts? She nodded. Whoever killed him left the studio intact. I haven't made a detailed check of it yet. Her gaze turned forward, to take in the massive flow of traffic between the towering buildings. If nothing's been disturbed, then all that information will still be there. After I drop you and I-5 off, I'll collect it. Good. We'll make a list and start following up. What will we be looking for? She asked. Any close acquaintance who's gone missing, or simply moved away. Anyone who tried to buy one or more of Vess's works just before he died. And especially anyone who might have reason to hold a grudge against him. Political, professional. You never know in situations like this. A sale that was withdrawn, a negotiation for a particular piece that fell through, something as seemingly insignificant as a perceived insult delivered at a meeting. He glanced over at her. We'll be relying on you to recall any such incidents. I'll do my best, she promised. The air car accelerated as the Zeltron pulled it out of line and headed downward in the direction of Poloda Place. 12. Aurra Sing entered the chamber of her new employer. The two red guards escorting her stopped at the entrance. The door hissed shut behind her, and she was alone with Darth Vader. She stood, taking in her surroundings, but not letting herself be absorbed by them. The room was dimly lit by human standards, but the low-level lighting posed no obstacle to her vision. She could clearly see the dimensions of the small chamber, could see there was no furniture, save for a single form-fit chair and desk. One of the walls was inset with graphic readout screens, serial port plugs, and other devices she didn't immediately recognize. Vader stood at the room's far end, the stentorian sound of his breathing, regular and even, filling the air. The insectile orbs that covered his eyes, if indeed he had eyes, were turned toward her. But with Vader, one could never tell what he was looking at. His vision seemed to encompass every direction. And what he did not see through his eyes, Sing knew. He sensed through the Force. She wondered how he slept, or indeed if he slept. One of the many rumors about the being hidden in the biosuit held that he had been hideously burned by either acid or fire, and as a result of the damage done to his lungs and throat, he required the constant monitoring and assistance of the portable respiratory apparatus, which prevented him from lying down for little more than brief periods at a time. So, according to speculation, he was forced to rest while sitting or standing erect. Most of the rumors of his origin, disparate though they were, agreed on one thing, that Vader was more machine than man. She wondered what motivated him, what drove him forward through the days. Even a Sith Lord, which Vader was rumored to be, needed incentive to carry out the assignments that Palpatine had chosen for him, or that he had selected for himself, to push him to complete tasks that another might find overwhelming. She thought she knew. Hate drove him. Hate motivated Vader to get through each day and night. Hate was the fuel that fired his existence. Having given himself over to the dark side, he had done so unreservedly and completely. Sing was sure that nothing remained within him of humanity, of compassion, of sympathy for his fellow humanoids, or any other sentient species. Her own connection with the Force was strong enough to tell her that Vader did not distinguish or discriminate among any of them. Those brought into his presence could be certain of one thing. All would be treated equally, without mercy. For hate to succeed as a form of motivation, it requires focus. One needs a subject or subjects. Sing suspected that this was not a problem for Vader. There was always someone new to despise, some previously unrecognized individual to draw his attention and his enmity. And if a fallow period manifested itself, he could always rely on the Emperor to supply him with fresh subjects to investigate and deal with. Palpatine also hated indiscriminately, she had heard it said, but he could control it better, could more exquisitely manipulate the full power of the dark side. No doubt Vader aspired to exercise such mastery one day as well. But for now, the hate that filled him and overflowed from him was an uncontrollable firestorm, a raging river, a reactor on permanent overload. Fury shot through him with every beat of what was left of his heart. It drove him the way some unseen goal or deep desire or unfulfilled need drove other lesser men. Sing could feel it, like the radiant heat that escaped from a closed blast furnace. He couldn't completely damp it. The best he could do was direct it. In that regard, she knew, purpose was useful, which was where Jax Pavan figured, and her as well. There were undoubtedly great maneuverings afoot that demanded the majority of the Dark Lord's attention. It could not be easy, Sing speculated. Such vast governmental changes did not happen in one single swoop or by a day's worth of orders. There was still much to be done, important politicians and nobility to convince, persuade, bribe, or assassinate, great commercial concerns to bring into the fold, and species, both humanoid and non-humanoid, to be bound by treaty or bombed into oblivion. However much he might have enjoyed personally tracking down and ridding himself of that turbulent Jedi, Jax Pavan, when the fates of entire worlds were at stake, attention must be focused on the business of the Empire. He had to resign himself, at least for now, to dealing with Pavan through a second party. A professional. Aurra Sing. She was unarmed, of course. Her weapons had been confiscated at the palace entrance. While Darth Vader was master of all he surveyed, she did not deem him foolish enough to rely altogether on the Force to ensure his safety. It was all well and good to let the dark side flow through one. To be truly effective, however, it needed not only to be manipulated by skill, but also be guided by intelligence. Force or no force, Vader was by no means foolish enough to permit something as simple, utilitarian, and lethal as a primitive bomb or blaster into his presence.
Sing.
A single monosyllable of acknowledgement. Lord Vader. She didn't bow, save for a slight inclination of the head. If Vader was bothered by that, he gave no sign of it.
Your presence precedes you.
Only to someone who knows the Force. Without being prompted or given permission, she came several steps closer. Quite a residence. This antechamber doesn't do it justice. She glanced at the wall's electronics, then back at him. He waved a black-clad hand.
My lifestyle requires the constant attention and utilization of certain technical accoutrements that are alien to most.
Nodding, she examined the sharp angles that had been molded into the ceiling, the jagged cartouches on the walls. In design, you favor the abstract, I see.
I am most comfortable when bounded by inorganic patterns and mathematical precision.
Yes, she agreed, lowering her gaze to regard him directly. Your passions are, so it is said, quantifiable and clinical. Her tone turned curious. Or are they mere divertisements? His tone did not change, but nonetheless seemed colder.
Do you presume to try to comprehend my motivations? They are beyond you. They are beyond anyone.
I presume nothing, she told him. I like to have the best understanding I can of whoever employs me. In my line of work, it's important to know all you can about your target. It's also useful to know all you can about who pays you.
Credits.
The massive dark figure before her let out a derisive hiss.
What a weak thing to motivate and bind people together.
She shrugged. Works for me. What would you have it replaced by? His voice rose, as did a clenched fist.
Unity. Organization.
She said wryly. I'll take the credits, thanks." He made a gesture of dismissal.
"Even among those from whom one might expect better, the braying of fools deafens."
Sing tensed. She had no weapons, but that did not mean she was unarmed. "Are you calling me a fool, Lord Vader?" He laughed. Few people had heard the Dark Lord of the Sith laugh. When amused, his reaction, as promulgated by the specialized respiratory equipment that enveloped him, inclined more toward a hissing sound. But this was a real laugh, as genuine as it was humorless.
"You amuse me."
He leaned slightly forward.
"A rare occurrence, one that by itself justifies a portion of what the Imperial government is paying you."
Letting her left foot drift slightly backward and lowering her upper body, she glared at him. This monstrosity in black fabric and metal was causing her to lose her temper. On the rare occasions when that happened, it usually resulted in someone dying. "I'm nobody's court jester. You engaged me to capture someone, or failing that, to kill him. I'm not averse to slaying two for the price of one." Vader's amusement was now boundless. Black-gloved hands spread wide.
"But if you kill me, Aurra Sing, then who will remain to authorize payment of the credits you so ardently desire?"
Turning her head to one side, she spat deliberately onto the polished floor. "I've already filled out the necessary forms."
"Wonderful," he said, laughing again. "You are more than I hoped you would be. I foresee the development of a lasting and mutually beneficial professional relationship between us."
Flattery washed off the bounty hunter like mercury off steel. "I only continue to work for someone whom I respect, and who respects me."
"So it's respect you want, is it?"
He took a step forward, and she tensed, both hands clenching slowly.
"I thought it was only a sum of credits. Money is easily given, Sing. It is nothing more than chaff. Respect cannot be given. It must be earned."
She came straight at him. It took only a few steps. A little of the force, perfectly in tune with bands of lithe muscle. In a second, one outthrust fist would be in his face, and she would see what that composite armor was made of. She knew of no one who had ever seen what lay beneath that mask. She intended to be the first. Her fist never made contact. Raising his right hand and bringing it around in a swift arc, Vader blocked the blow and sent the body behind it flying across the room. As she flew, a startled but still wholly self-aware Sing tucked and rolled. She hit the opposite wall hard, bounced off, landed on her feet, and immediately came at him again.
"The reflexes of an animal,"
Vader murmured. His lightsaber hung at his waist. He ignored it, his fingers going nowhere near the weapon.
"That's what the Empire needs. A few more well-trained, domesticated animals."
"Domesticated? I'll show you who's domesticated." She leapt high, kicking out, and in mid-thrust somehow bent sideways to kick harder with her other leg. In a movement preternaturally fast, but which somehow looked almost languid, Vader ducked, reached up, and with one gloved hand lightly tapped her in the middle of her back. A serious thrust, catching her in that position, could have broken her spine. The Dark Lord's touch was more of a caress. He was letting her know what he could have done. Landing in a crouch, a feral expression on her face, she raced at him again, low this time. Her speed was startling. A droid would have been hard-pressed to match her acceleration. She dropped low to the floor and swung her right leg around in a powerful circle sweep. Her intent was to take his legs out from under him. She might as well have been trying to cut down a bronzewood tree. At the last instant, the Dark Lord thrust both hands downward toward the spinning bounty hunter. A profound surge in the force rippled through the room. Guards posted at a distance in the hallway nearby were nearly knocked off their feet by it. But the strength of the emanation had not been directed at them. Casually, as if inspecting a new exhibit that had been donated to the Imperial Museum, Vader walked around the now motionless figure on the floor. Aurra Sing lay on her back, unable to move. It was as if a giant weight pressed her down. Seething in impotent rage, She watched the Dark Lord pass through her field of vision and beyond. She felt, rather than saw, him make a negligent gesture, and she could move again. Sing reached up with one hand to clutch at her throat. Momentarily stilled, the fury that had boiled up within her began to return. She rose to her feet. Without even looking in her direction, Vader waved diffidently at his visitor.
Enough, assassin. You repeat the fatal error of one who knows but a tiny bit of the dark side.
Holding herself back with an effort, she stood panting and glaring at him. And what might that be?
You don't know how to control it. You let it control you. This is the difference between mentor and student. You make good use of what access you do have to the Force, but I fear you will never master it.
She still held her hands up in a defensive posture. If you're going to kill me, stop talking and do it.
Kill you?
For the first time, Vader sounded surprised.
Why would I want to kill you? Imperfect as you are still more useful than the vast number of incompetents I deal with on a daily basis. You show courage, skill, determination. Those are not qualities to be wasted, even in one so foolishly headstrong. Why would I kill that, which can be helpful to me?
He adjusted something in the front of his chest, and his voice grew slightly less harsh.
Now then, what progress in your search for the Jedi Jax Pavan?
Sing's breathing slowed. Unclenching, her hands dropped to her sides. Relaxing thus left her defenseless, but against Vader it did not seem to matter whether one prepared for battle or not. The outcome was foretold, and she did not need access to the Force to see that. I have been making inquiries. Although my reputation is widespread, I'm not personally known on Imperial Center to many of those of whose services I'd normally be making use. It takes time to satisfy underlings that one is who one says one is. She smiled. I've had to break an assortment of bones and cartilage.
All in the service of the Empire, Vader observed. Do what you must. Methodology does not concern me. I am only interested in results.
She nodded. That's as I was told.
Is there any access you require that is being denied you? A single word from me and...
She dared to interrupt him. I know. I'm getting closer. It won't be long. I can feel it.
Through the Force? I didn't realize you were that close.
Not the Force, she told him. Instinct. Something different from the Force. Call it feedback from a lifetime of doing this.
I know that you live long. May you continue to do so.
Now she did bow slightly. To serve you, Lord Vader. The helmeted head dipped a bit in return, then drew back.
The dog can learn after all, it would seem. Encouraging. Go now, dog, and return with the bone I sent you to find.
For a second time she bowed. Then she grinned mirthlessly, turned, and stalked out of the room. It had not been a conventional meeting, but it had been a useful one. Leaving, she felt she had shown something of herself to the Dark Lord, and any encounter with Darth Vader that did not result in the death or maiming of the visitor could be accounted a successful one.
End of Star Wars Coruscant Nights Volume 2 Streets of Shadows Part 1 of 2. Restored and remastered by The Archivist Publishing.